Gamer! I almost completely forgot to start up the overlay. What up, builder? What, gamer? What? G'day, cobbler. How are you? Let's finish getting some stuff set up here. So much to set up. You said my name, so I said yours. Nice, fair, fair. H-Eyes, welcome in. Tricky, hello. Dex, you are late. Razor, you are such a loser. Being third, I can't believe it. Jeez. Funny stuff. Funny stuff. I'm none of the above. You were second, and you're not a loser. I feel a shower will not wash off the shame. It won't. Howdy. Howdy. How are you? Good stuff. Good stuff. How are we all? How is everyone doing this fantastic day? Let's get that loaded up. Let's go over here. We're going to finish this off. That's what we're going to do. Yep. Yep. You know it. You heard it. You'll need a chemical shower if you want to wash it off. It's the only thing that works. Finishing a project? Couldn't be me. So all that works. That works. This is what we need to do. Out of bounds index for change. Line 22. On cash register. Line 22. Head and shoulder helps. Or just head. Yeah. No, not that. Not that. Ignore that. First, second, third, and late. You should try again, Tricky. If it doesn't work, you may need to refresh your page. And the chat with the channel redeems might be stuck for you. Yeah. See, builder's late. I refreshed like 5 times. Or maybe you're just super duper late. Maybe you're so late that you can't redeem anything. No, it seems to work. No. I am indeed late. Already redeemed the max amount of those. Did it say you have already redeemed the max amount, or that the max amount has already been redeemed? They're very different. One is a limitation specifically to you. I mean, it could be that there were so many of you trying to claim first, second, and third at the same time that Twitch's back end has freaked out and considered 2 people as having claimed it at once.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay, that is over. Said same for first, second, and third. I mean, maybe your account is just glitched. I don't know. Hang on. What's going on here? I don't know what to tell you. Sounds like a skill issue to me. I am a glitch. That's how I know a glitch when I hear a glitch. Yeah. Don't like it at all. Now it's like I'm not even here. No, that's assigning a dictionary. And there's... Because it says out of bounds index. Returns the corresponding value for the given key in the dictionary. If the entry does not exist, fails and returns null. Okay. So it wants me to do... get. That's what it wants me to do. It wants me to do get. And then we do set amount as an array. Yeah. Like so. What up, Victor? How are you doing? How's the session going? It's going good. We've just started and I'm just fixing up a bug that we hit. So yeah. How are you going? That's right. We still need to figure out the storyboard of the taco ad, the fake ad for the taco. Yeah. Still need to figure out exactly how we're going to set that up. Place you there. Still do that. Nice. Then we open you. We go. Add child. Line 26. Cannot call method add child on a null value. Oh, yep. I'm super silly. Super silly. Nope. No, I'm not. Going good. Just finished up the day. Been working on our studio brand animation. Ooh, nice. Do you have any sneak peeks you want to show us? What up, Sammy? Welcome in. What restaurant that served that taco? It's going to be a fast food restaurant. So the idea is we're playing into the say joke or perspective, or we're playing into the idea that whenever you have fast food, like if you have Taco Bell or something, you get diarrhea. right? Because we're going to have another fake ad, which is Flocaccia, which is diapers for after you've had fast food. And then there's going to be this fake ad where it's based on a taco fast food place and the restaurant's dirty. As the owner's walking around showing the store and like talking about how great their stuff is. In the background, you'll see an employee chasing a rat. A rat will climb into the bag of food that he's giving to a customer. All that type of stuff. Yeah. Any idea who the owner is? It can be whoever. Like, yeah. Today's been a good day. Got a bunch of stuff done with my game. Feels good. Nice. Nice. Got props done already to animate tomorrow. Nice. Love it. Love it. Posting the art page. Let me have a look. Let me have a look. Let me have a look. Art page. Ooh, nice. Nice. You got the gates too. Ooh, nice. Those are some nice looking gates. Very nice. Very, very nice. Oh yeah, as for the owner, it can be whoever we want it to be. Got more, just not turned everything on yet. No, that's fine. That's understandable. I do the same thing where I just like hide everything. I actually learned something yesterday in Blender from chat. Chat told me that you've got multiple things like this. So that, let's say I want to focus on the money note, which is down here underneath everything. All right. I don't need to hide everything. On my numpad, I can just press /. Look at that. It's hidden everything else and it's focused on that. And then I press / again. What? What? How did I not know this was a thing? It is so nice. That reminds me. I'll change this to Vulkan. I want to see what happens running this on Vulkan. Holy shit. Like, is that just infinitely better? Look at how fast that is. But look at how fast and smooth that is. Alright. That. And then... open it back up with OpenGL. Look at how stuttery that is. That is so stuttery. Oh, damn. God damn. Go Vulkan. God damn. Vulkan's destroying it. Vulkan's using GPUs to take the load. But, like, it should be using OpenGL for the rendering, for the shading stuff and the rendering stuff and whatnot, because I've got it assigned to my GPU. Like, it shouldn't be using my CPU for that. If it was using my CPU for that, all of this would have been chugging along. Yeah, OpenGL does use GPU thing, yeah. But that was, oh my god, that was impressive. That was an immediate improvement. I wonder if the experience is the same for people that are using NVIDIA GPUs. If they are noticing the same thing. You know? Time to learn Vulkan, I guess. I know, right? Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm amazed at how good that was. You have a 2070? Should test it out. Test it out and see if it's better. If it is, Jesus. Everything needs to go Vulkan. OpenGL is going to have a lot of work to do. Now, it was saying here. Oh, I'm an idiot. That's why. Silly me. Customer change updated. Okay. It's just customer change update, isn't it? Yep. Okay. Might also help if I omit it. I'm running a 4070 Ti. I would love it if you two could check. Interact primary via call in base node. Interact up non-existent function. Ah. Oh, yep. Yep. It's me being silly. That one.
Morning.
Oh, morning. How are you doing, Lupo? Why? Why? Why does that not move as it should? Interesting.
I am about to have dinner.
You're about to have dinner? What are you having? Mesh, new instance. Yeah, so we create a new instance and then we do add money. So we create a new, we do add money.
How was the sleep? Some Malaysian chicken instant noodles, some kazi, horse meat sausage.
Nice. That sounds nice. Never had, well, I've never knowingly had horse meat. For all I know, there could have been some that was mixed in with like sausages and stuff that I've eaten over the time. Who knows? What makes it Malaysian chicken instant noodles? It was just bought in Malaysia, or is there like a certain type of spice or seasoning that's being used?
Oh no, horses.
Okay. You're the one that said you're eating them, so... The sleep was good, though. The sleep was good. I woke up this morning, and I was like, That's nice and warm, nice and relaxing. And then I remembered that I have to get out of bed. And then I had sort of a crisis, you know, being like, I don't want to get up. And then I like started crying. It's very emotional. Very emotional. I ate horse meat in France. Didn't know until I ate it. Yeah. Yeah. Now that's the thing. You never know until you eat it. That's how they get you.
It was imported from Malaysia.
Imported from Malaysia. Oh, that's why. Silly me. Yeah, that ain't gonna work.
Have you eaten the horse meat sausage, though it's a whole another thing?
Nah, I haven't. It was okay, to be honest. Fair. As long as it was okay. I need to come up with different solution to this. I need to... Whenever I erase money... I need to get the index of it.
I see that your head is in the way of the chat.
No. My head's not in the way. From Ed POV? Oh, from Ed's yeah. I mean...
Do you eat meat at all?
It is a 2D plane, so... Of course I eat meat. I eat meat. Chicken, pork, lamb, beef, kangaroo. Kangaroo's nice. And then you got like prawns and salmon and whatnot. Which reminds me, I'm doing groceries today. I need to pick up some salmon. Yeah. Gonna be good. Gonna be real good. We're gonna return there. We got a lot of them, that's why. That's right. I think kangaroo population estimated to be around 35.3 million kangaroos. If you go Australia population, we're at 28 million. So yeah. I think it's like, what is it? Australia is the only country that eats its national animal as well. we have the kangaroo and the emu on our coat of arms, and then we eat those as well. It's like, look Look at these tasty, delicious things that we can eat that none of you have. What's the best way to eat? It really depends. Like, you can have it multiple ways. I do like them in a burger. Like, a kangaroo burger goes real good. I've had them marinated on skewers. It's like some marinated skewers. And I've also had diced kangaroo for stir fry. Yeah. So, you can also get kangaroo sausages, which make a great hot dog. Or just use for bangers and mash.
This animal was about to go extinct, then they started some conservation programs. Right now I think they reached 2 million in count, and now they want to make canned meat out of them, lol.
The Saiga antelope. Oops. I would not. After the episode of Rick and Morty with trunk people. That is such a weird nose. Why is their nose like that? Why is their nose like that? Looks like he wants to sneeze. This has to be fake, right? This is not an animal that can exist. That's weird. That is weird. Very, very weird. Evolution decided, let's get funky with it just a little bit. American woodcock sound is meep.
They pose threat to farmers, that's why they want to make canned food. Also, Chinese got 2K of them so they can start their own population.
Yeah, I don't see that happening. That's funny. In the US, Jack in the Box got in trouble for using kangaroo. Why? Kangaroo is amazing. What? Kangaroo is great. Why do people hate on kangaroo? You should be honored that you got a good lean meat, you know? They do it to have it because they don't have it as much as Australia, probably. So maybe it was getting shipped over to them from Australia. Yeah, honestly, it was probably because it was found. Inside their tacos marketed as beef tacos. So they probably got in trouble for being like, this isn't what you were serving. It probably wasn't being in trouble for just using kangaroo. It was probably using it in place of beef or something in their beef offerings. Yeah. This shouldn't be a division either. That should be a modulus 2. That should be fine. Did you break Ed? You shouldn't have.
I mean, we gifted 2K to them.
It was probably an issue with the API response.
Kangaroo seems to have personality to be eaten, but you can say the same about us eating horses, lol.
Horse is the upper class meat.
Tisk.
Not to be consumed by regular people. What up, Goose? How are you? How's things, David? You both are late. For shame. I will be remembering this. I'm down for a zebra. I mean when it comes to that like Madagascar, the first Madagascar, certainly made me think, I wonder what zebra tastes like. Yeah. You know? Good but confused Goose. They used to sell kangaroo steaks in a lot of supermarkets in the UK, but lots of animal welfare protesters would protest outside of shops, and they stopped.
I just got back from an out-of-town visit. That is why I am late today.
Why? Why were they protesting?
I think zebra tastes gamey.
It would have been super cheap, Holla. I think zebra tastes gamey. I would.
Bring stream avatars back.
At some point. The problem is I've got to go through and set up all the
Sorry,
sprites
vegans.
and stuff like that again. It takes it's a whole thing. £4 steaks. That's cheap. For like a kilo. God damn, that is nice. Now I think in Australia it's more expensive than that.
Do you mean bit gamey?
A bit gamey. So if you go like kangaroo, then you see like we've got kangaroo mince, we got diced kangaroo, we got sizzle slices, you got steaks and burgers, you got jerky, you got dog food, you got fillets, you got garlic, herb and garlic marinated. Yeah. And then you've got all of the products that you sell to kids to be like, hey, this is the food you're going to eat in the future. But yeah, for 1 kilo, it's $25 in Australia. Let's see. Euro to AUD. Morning, Mike. How are you? What, £4 for a kilo? That's so much cheaper than what we have, than what it costs here. Like, Jesus Christ. I'd love that. Kangaroo isn't illegal in the US, but horse meat is. Yeah. Yeah. Add it to game to increase the jump 2 times. Why are you apologizing to vegans? What did you say? What did you say that would make vegans mad? Just in general? Honestly,
This stream is missing 2 things: Great White Orb and Mech Suit.
Mech Suit is still in the shop. Okay.
Why is illegal in the US? Certain narcotics are legal over there, lol.
True. This whole conversation in general, but why? So, no, I don't understand, if just being in a conversation where people are talking about meat is enough to set you off, you probably need to seek help. It's that simple. If there's just a conversation about meat is enough to make you angry, you've probably got something deeper that needs to be addressed that needs professional help. I think it was half a kilo. The prices seem about right for half a kilo. True. It's my B-day, not really doing anything, just schoolwork. Why are you doing schoolwork on your birthday? Also, happy birthday. I didn't mean for the happy birthday to sound so aggressive. You are late, McCory. You are late. But yeah. It's... so what were you doing here? That's right, I need to get an index. Exactly mid-20s. You're passing your peak. Yep.
Mickery, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Thanks for the lurk, Insba. Much appreciated. 21st for us, 22nd for Hypno. Correct. It is Tuesday. We're all doing it.
Whose birthday is it?
I think it's Tom's. Not 22nd. 22nd. Yeah, true. 22nd. Yep. 22nd, 23rd, and 23rd. 22nd, 22nd, 23rd. No. 20.
My Scory and my Corey same person?
23rd. No, they're not. They're not the same person. My B-Day was the 21st. Well, for us, Mike, it's in the past. For us, it was yesterday. For him, it's today. Try and figure that one out. If mountain was less than 100, then we're dealing with coins. I'm going to do...
It's the yesterday's, tomorrow, today day.
Coins... Get children. Spent my BD sitting in hospitals and doc surgeries. I couldn't. That's one way to spend a birthday. Not the best, but it's a way. Sorry, you don't know yet. Exactly. I just want to get the index. We do a find.
The last time I celebrated my BTH day was PRB 10 years ago.
Probably 10 years ago. Yeah, same here. Same here. Like these days for my birthday, I'm just like, you know what? I'm just gonna relax, have a drink, watch whatever is on that's entertaining. Just chill. Just, you know, just relax. Do nothing. Play games. Just whatever. Focus on code for 10 minutes. Alright, Cobbler. Fine, I'll do the focus on code thing.
Next year, I turn 50, not going to celebrate. Lol.
Not going to celebrate. First I'm going to celebrate every birthday from here on. You should celebrate, though. Find money.
Also, some people congratulate their mother for giving birth to them. I guess you have to be a good son, daughter to do the lol.
I'm the one that did all the work. Why would I thank someone for bringing me into this hell? If amount is less than 100. Okay, so we do that. That would mean you're happy being out in the world. That's true. Yeah. Yeah. That's a luxury that only the 1% have. The top 1% thank their parents for bringing them into the world. The rest of us are like, why did you do this? What kind of sadistic joke is this? What was I doing? That's right. So what I need to do is, when we remove a currency, I need to move all the other currency back. Hello, Okie. Too late to buy a house, too early to teleport. You do not matter in the slightest. Yep. Correct. 100% accurate, that. Keeping us grounded, one day at a time. Kangaroo. Kangaroo. I feel like... this needs to... Did you notice that Twitch redeems now 2 per row instead of 3? That kind of bothers me. Not for me. Not for me. It's still 3 per row. I think you're part of an A/B test. Yeah. You're part of an A/B test, and... put it at that.
We all matter, that's why we're here having a good time.
That's emotes. Oh yeah. 3. 3. No, I figured it out. It's on Chrome. Chrome does it. Well, that's your issue. Use something good. Use Firefox. Don't stick with that POS. Why am I included in every test? Because you're on Chrome, that's why. I'm using Arc. Is that a browser that I don't know about? Even Edge is bad. It's Chromium based, so yes. Isn't that abandonware? Yes, it is. I've never even heard of Arc. Order
You already visited their site before.
meshes. You already visited their site before. When? Is it an operating system? Is it a web browser? Web browser designed by the browser company of New York. Arc is the Chrome replacement I've been waiting for. The Verge, yeah, sure. They don't have a Linux version? Really? I don't remember ever seeing this. This would annoy the shit out of me. Having the address bar here. Do you know how big some URLs get? Come on. TOT3 really marketed them.
When typing, you can see the full URL.
Yeah, still. I feel better having the full URL in sight all the time. Yeah. I'm happy with Opera GX. Yuck. Arc stopped caring about the community. Oh, so, well, what's new? What's new? Sounds like everything else. Never cared for Arc, so I guess we're even. That makes sense. That makes sense. Order meshes. Order meshes. Arc also has horrible performance. Might as well use Chrome, who has better performance. How does Chrome have better How is there a browser that has worse performance than Chrome?
I don't update it. It still works. Touché.
I didn't think it was possible to use more than 100% of a PC's RAM and CPU. How did they pull that off? How are they doing it, Innsbruck? Memory leaks everywhere. Yeah, AI probably did it. That's true. I need to figure out what I'm doing here. I don't want to just add them here. After I add one, I need to reorder. Firefox can import everything from Edge. That's what I was worrying about. That won't do. Yeah. You could also export those, what do you call them?
They ditched Arc for a fully AI lifestyle hype-beast browser.
Ew. Wife got me a portable studio and lightbox system. Time to start playing with some Lego photo shoots. Yay! Nice. I like it, Mike. Bookmarks. That's it. Yeah, you can export the bookmarks to a common format that any browser can then import. That's always an option. The bookmarks are the only thing that browsers kind of handle across each.
What's a good browser that has group tabs?
I don't know. To be honest, I don't use group tabs. The first one that I heard of doing group tabs was Vivaldi. I don't know how good the browser is though. This thing.
Apparently, I need to switch.
But yeah, I don't know. They got workspaces. They got grouped tabs like that. Yeah. It's very busy though. Very busy for a browser. Yeah. Very busy. Looks like Chrome. It's probably based on Chromium these days. Let's have a look. Vivaldi.
How about
browser.
Brave or Opera?
Co-founder of Opera Software. Vivaldi initially released 2015. General users, primarily targeted towards technically inclined users. Former Opera users disgruntled by its transition from Presto layout engine to the Chromium-based browser. There you go. About Brave or Opera. I've never really used Opera. Brave I've had issues with on Hyperland. So I was using Brave, but I just switched completely to Firefox because there were issues like I would have a browser here, and then I would open up its menu, and if the menu overhung this window here, then when I'd mouse over the menu here, it wouldn't detect the mouse input because it wasn't handling the tiling manager stuff properly. It would be detected by this window instead. So like this one here, it actually goes correctly this way sort of thing. Whereas if it came out this way, Brave wouldn't allow me to click anything here. And then there was also, I'd open my bookmarks folder here, and instead of opening here, or even here, it opened on my other window, like on my other monitor. So all that kind of stuff, I was like, nah, this is crap. I'm out. I'm done. Bye. That was the only reason. Safari, I've never used Apple products. So I've never, the only time I've looked at Safari stuff was when I was working.
So basically, it's personal preference.
Yeah, basically. When I was working on stuff that needed testing on Safari, then I was like, all right, now what? Like, I'll use it now just so I can test this thing. That's it. What up, Mark? How are you? Welcome in over there on the YouTubes. The Tubby Woobies. You're officially a Firefoxer? That's fair. That's fair. Much better than being a Foxfirer. Yeah. Much better. Take that how you will.
The Tubby Woobies.
Yep, the Tubby Woobies.
That could be easily mispronounced.
That could be easily mispronounced. Fair. Fair. I just use Apple products. When I worked at one of the 4 banks in Oz, maybe because it was a 6-week process to get the Windows machine, but I could get a Mac the next day. Also, the Windows machine was so locked down we couldn't do anything on it, but their Macs weren't. Yeah. I noticed the same thing, Mike, when I was working, like doing bank stuff. It's very funny It's very funny when they're like, we have to lock down these window machines for security reasons so that people can't install bad stuff and then come in and infect our entire network. And then on Mac, they're like, oh, yeah, here you go. Have a Mac. Do whatever you want. Install any programs you want. Do everything. It's okay. Yeah, if you're a bad actor, Macs are probably the things that would be worth targeting these days. Because they're not locked down at all. Thanks for the lurk, Oki. You lurk for as much as you need. As much and as often as you need. I'm gonna order these meshes here. My Chillblains has messed with my hands so much. Like, they are so itchy, they are so dry. God.
So I can install Linux on Mac, but cannot install macOS on another device. But why?
Because Linux is versatile and user-friendly, while Mac is neither. Mac is locked down to Mac hardware and is Apple friendly, not necessarily user friendly.
Hackintosh is illegal.
Hackintosh is illegal. I think Hackintosh is almost dead, isn't it? The prop CPU in Macs make it hard to put other OSs on it. Yeah, exactly. The fact they've got the proprietary CPUs now, yeah, you can't easily get
I threw an apple at my MacBook and it broke. How could you?
I threw an apple at my MacBook and it. I said Apple friendly. That sounds, yeah, not good, not good. Too aggressive. You're too aggressive. You know. What are we doing with the order meshes? Because we append it to currency. We queue free and remove from currencies. So whenever we add or remove stuff.
I threw my Mac out of my Windows.
Thew? You thew? Tell me, Oki, what is a thew? What's a thew? I need to loop over currencies.
The sound it makes as the Mac flies though the Windows.
That's the sound it makes when the Mac flies through the windows. So what I can do for mesh in
Thew.
So for see, this is going to be annoying. What's the best way to set it up so that it adds the change to the
CPU later.
CPU later. I need a good way of setting this up, like a good process to set this up. Because the current one doesn't work when we remove stuff. I wonder if I set up like a grid system. A grid system might be better. Let me see. I don't want it to be a grid map. That'd be bad. I'd have to program a grid system. Just something so that it places them correctly. So it's the problem I have. I'll go over it after the ads, actually. Yeah, I'll go over it after the ads. We're gonna do some words. I'm gonna get myself another coffee. I think that's my problem at the moment, is I don't have enough coffee in my system. If I get some more coffee in my system, I should be able to do a bit more. But yeah, so I will be back momentarily with some coffee. Enjoy your wordy words. BRB.
and there was much rejoicing.
Alright, I'm back. Close, H-Ives. That's almost how you spell kangaroo. Almost. Let me shut that off. There we go. Hello back, I am Stefan. Hello Stefan, I am back. Alright. Ow. Oh, well, I'm not in Cavino's stream. I was purely habit to hit next. I need to set that. Well, no, I don't need to set that up. What I need to do is I need to again remove. What do you call it? I need to replace words on stream.
Or something, emperor, something.
Yep. Very true. Very, very true. 100% accurate. Most accurate thing ever. Alright. So, I need to set up a grid system. Which is fairly straightforward for notes. Let's do... we go notes, add child, mesh, and then when we remove one from notes, we go we want to automatically move everything further up the tree. If amount is less than 100, else. Why no Danish practice redeem? Because I'm not learning Danish. Jeez. I eat Danish for breakfast. Okay? New here, long time fan. Are you from New Zealand? Because your coding skills are so sharp. They'd make Kiwis speak jealous. What are you doing, Camino? What do you think you're doing? That's so... I did not expect to see you over there. I'm on kick now. I'm a kicker. well, let me. Let's see. Let's do some moving of these windows around here. Oh my god, it's a Just Cavino. I'm your 4th follower. You are a kicker. You are a kicker. What is this new Teams thing on Twitch? New Teams thing? What new Teams thing? I have no idea. Are you talking about the team underneath the name, like down underneath the video? I'm famous. Damn right you are, Camino. We're all famous here. That's not new, Max. That's been there for ages. Yeah. I'm a part of multiple teams. Yeah. How are things going? Gotten the register to work? We've gotten the register to work. We're now just making it... We're just now making it better. So at the moment we add the meshes to the to the list. And then we queue one that matches the amount of money passed in. And that causes an issue with laying them out, because you lay them out and then you remove the one from here because it matches that currency. There's now a gap. But when you put another one in, it puts it at the end where we already have one. So I need to shift everything up, if that makes sense. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting my new upload speed so that I can add TikTok and YouTube Shorts as well. It's gonna be big. Gonna be big. People can find me while they're doom scrolling and then come over to my stream. Is there not an order list thing in GD script? So it's not an order thing. It has nothing to do with order. It's because the mesh has been instanced in a specific position. When I remove the mesh from the scene, all of the other ones still have their position. So I need to shift their position back. I need to subtract a certain amount off their X position. Any beard oil treatment suggestions? I'm using these. I'm using these. Not that. I'm not using that. That's what I look like. So I'm using these, which are just like oil to put in your beard. But they have a good scent to them, like spiced vanilla and cedarwood and stuff like that. I think this is the pack I got, which has sage, cedar pine, and sandalwood. So it just adds a nice aroma and whatnot, while keeping it properly oiled. And then there's also Bulldog beard shampoo. I use this as well. So this is what I use to wash my beard. Yeah. And use a wood comb as well. Because a wood comb's generally gentler on the hair. Plus the wood over time absorbs like some of the oil from the combing. So as you comb, it's like re-adding it's re-adding some oil and stuff like that. So yeah. If you don't keep it oiled enough, if you use too much oil, then obviously when you like run your hands through it, you've got like oil on your hands and you're like, ew. If you don't oil it enough, then the skin underneath gets dry and whatnot. So yeah, you need to make sure you oil it. That's my issue. Yeah. The oil will help a lot with that. The oil will help a ton. I didn't know Australia also had Vikings. We're the new Vikings. All right. Down here we need to go. So we're queue freeing one of them. Pop you there. And then what we need to do is For note. In notes. Get children. Slams fist on his chest. Bring it. I will. I will bring it. I will see you in Munich, Hadouken. I wonder... IDX is coins. Get children, find money. Then this one will be notes. Because we have them laid out separately. So we do that. And then for notes, we need to loop over them. But I want to start... I brought snacks. Is that what you wanted? I mean, it doesn't hurt. You know? That oil is cheap too. Mm-hmm. So I could do Wild Child is not. You know what? I could do Child. It's a mesh instance 3D. You do not matter in the slightest. I know. Trust me. I know. I could use get index and use the value as in index from molecular array. No, so I can't just use get index. I need to start at an index and move forward from there. Like move up from there. So everything from that index and later, I need to shift back. It'll make sense momentarily. What the hell does daily affirmation mean? It's just a daily affirmation. It's a daily reminder. It's like, so the whole idea came from disappointing affirmations. You do not matter in the slightest. The whole idea came about because of this book. Which says, no one is coming to save you. You are the adult. I'm so sorry. Or, you're doing the best that you can. Which is pretty sad. Whenever someone asks how you are, just make up a lie like, I'm okay. Or, no one wants to hear about your problems. Stop worrying about what other people think. I mean, have you met other people? They're awful. Have a panic attack. You've earned it. You can do it. But you probably won't. Don't let anyone make you feel bad about yourself. That's your job, and nobody does it better. Ask the universe for guidance. Then just go and do whatever stupid shit you were going to do anyway. It's okay to have feelings, but do you need to have so many? Unfollow your dreams. So that's where the inspiration came from. I saw that book and I was like, there's so many people in the world that need to read that. So many people in the world that think they are just the pinnacle of everything and need to be brought back to reality. So I created the daily affirmation so that people could remind me that I do not matter in the slightest. That way, I will never end up in that situation. Yep. Keeps me grounded. Hopefully it keeps all of you grounded as well. Hypno, you matter like a little to me. But like a little, don't get a big head about it. Yeah, no, just like a tiny bit. Like the tiniest bit. Should have random messages. Well, it's a Tangier thing at the moment. So it's just a Tangier redeem that maps to a specific snippet sort of thing. I could set up one through my overlay, similar to the joke bot. But yeah. Also, I think what I'm going to do is Tuesday and Thursday nights, I'm going to do work on the overlay as well as work on stream anomalies. See, like get stream anomalies back in. Start making things good. Me, lost. Yeah, I like it. Get child at IDX. And then what we can do is instead of a for loop, we can go while child is not null. No, actually, while IDX is less than notes get child count. And then we do child position X. Minus equal coin offset. Child equals notes. Get child IDX. Then IDX plus equal 1. That should do what I want it to do. If I go through the door correctly. Huh. Or not. Interesting. Interesting indeed. Very interesting. Why is... What is that, Racer? Is that... What is... Why is... That's funny as shit. That is such a smart. That is such a smart dumpy. Oh god. That's hilarious, Mezu. Very good work. Very good work with the emote. Sounds hilarious and depressing at the same time. But anyways, Hypno, you do matter. No, not in the
I
slightest.
stare at that for a while.
You gotta remember. The amount that I matter is completely dependent on all of you. If none of you are here, I got nothing. I'm not what matters. You're all what matters. See? 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 You do not matter in the slightest. It goes both ways though. I mean, not really. Not really. If I stop streaming, all of you just go to another streamer. If all of you go to another streamer, I do random stuff for no one. This is not equal.
something.
Chat holds way more power than I do. You gotta remember that. Gotta remember that. Au contraire, if no one is here, you still exist independently, so you do matter. No, that just means I am matter. That means that I am matter, but if no one's here, then I don't matter, because I can say stuff, I can give advice and whatnot, but there's no one here to hear it. So it does not matter. What I do does not matter if there is no one here watching. The amount that my purpose on this platform and all other streaming platforms, that is directly tied to all of you. Hello, Atticus. How are you doing? Welcome in. You do not matter in the slightest. I guess you could say you do not matter in the slightest. That's correct. That is correct. But for anyone that's concerned, I'm an Aussie. I'm very sarcastic and very satirical. Stuff like that daily affirmation. That's what us Aussies do. That's us joking around and having fun. I like to say that the difference between bullying and banter is whether or not you're friends with the people doing it. So people in chat redeeming the daily affirmation, that's fine. That's not bullying. That's just banter. You know? Hypno, my favorite New Zealand. That's too far, McCory. That is too far. do not call me New Zealand. I will strip your mod permissions for that. It's fine, he's talking about New Zealand, come quick. I'm not talking about New Zealand, I'm talking about Australia's 7th state. Cut him deep, call him your second favourite New Zealand streamer. Hey, number 2, that's pretty good. It's pretty good. I'd like to see an Aussie Karen in action. No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. They're the same as every other Karen, just annoying and a waste of space. This man is bulletproof. Damn right. Damn right. I've developed thick skin over the years. Morning, Jack. How are you doing? Like Australians calling New Zealand 7th state is kind of like Americans calling Canada the 51st state. Except in the case of Australia and New Zealand, Atticus, it's true. They're literally the same as every other Karen. Yes. Yes, that is exactly right, Eternal. You know it. Why doesn't this work? Why is it not working? Does it get stuck in the while loop? It can't, because we increase IDX. God damn it, gamer. Why? Why did it not work? This is confusing me. It's very confusing. Confusing. It is so confusing. Oh, you add 1 cent. Ooh, you should be $10. You should be $10. There we go.
What is not working?
Me. I'm not working. I'm streaming. I went to the opening of a new cannibal-themed restaurant the other day. Boy, was it expensive. Cost me an arm and a leg. But I'll give them this. They really know how to serve people. God damn it. That is great. 2-sentence horror story indeed. Actually, chat, come up with 2-sentence horror stories. And don't just go to the Reddit and Google it. Alright? I want you to come up with an original 2-sentence horror story. Why are you booing me? What did I do? Jesus Christ. Rude. Rude. Can you believe this, Cavino? Can't believe they're booing me. I don't know if you saw, Cavino. The hotels are all organized, confirmed, everything. We're set. Dino is probably going to be in Munich as well for a bit longer or a bit earlier than Godot Fest, so you can hang out with Dino outside the event as well. You know, gonna be a party. Munich is gonna be a Godot party. Watch my girlfriend do her makeup and hair is great. I just hope she doesn't find me in the closet. You asked for 2 sentences. That's fair. Actually got a day today with no tests or doc visits. I do have an oncology education session though. That's horror. That is horror. And what up, Dark? Welcome in. I went to get a tattoo removed, and upon greeting me, the man said, "Sup, brother? Give me some skin." I dapped him, but to my chagrin, he meant the skin my tattoo was on. What is dapped? Am I old? Am I supposed to know what dapped is? Yes, you're wrong. It's not my fault. It's time. It's like when you clap hug. Oh. Oh. Right. Now it makes sense. I don't see how that's a horror story. You finally finish your program for the first time after writing more than 1,000 plus lines of code without testing it even once along the way. You compile it and there are no errors. That is scary. That is very scary. That's a 2-sentence horror story for programmers. Because he flayed me alive, he peeled the skin with tattoo off. Is that not normal? See how it's not remove it. What is happening? Erase money amounts. My jokes are simply too edumacated for the likes of you. That's true. I'm not going to deny that. I will not deny that. Random question for you, HypnotiK. Go for it, Eternal. Shoot. Adding and removing action not working. The adding action is working. The removing action is not. I don't know. Would you be taking part in the latest Pirate Software Game Jam? I'm not taking part in any game jams until this game is finished. Every time I do a game jam, I get distracted and I end up working on the game jam project once the game jam is finished, and I never get anything finished. So I need to stop. You aren't passing the amount into the erase method. Go back to method. Oops. Money. Yeah. Amount. Amount is a variable up here. So I'm passing in amount. Oh, that's what it is. That's what it is. If it doesn't have it, or you a 0, return. That's what it was. That's what it was. It was the if statement. Beautiful. Oh, that ain't right. It moves 1. While working on code, I was so happy the week had ended. I said, production code doesn't need to be tested. Pushes code. Oh. That's not good. That's not good. For those unsure of the joke, is pushing to prod on a Friday. Yeah, you never push to prod on a Friday. You push to prod on a Thursday, and then when things break, you fix it on Friday, and then you take the weekend off, and you relax. Index is out of bounds. On line 43, we have an index out of bounds. Yes, that would be the case. That would be the case. or if it's still broken at the end of Friday, then you probably shouldn't be working. If something is still broken at the end of Friday, so generally the process is you would deploy on a Thursday to prod, you would fix bugs Thursday and Friday, and if you can't fix something by Friday, like by midday on Friday sort of thing, you would do one of two things. You would either continue working and try to get it finished and work through the weekends to get it fixed, or you roll back and you redeploy the previous version Friday just before lunch. Yeah. So you deploy Thursday morning, fix stuff Thursday. If you don't have it fixed by like 10 a.m. on Friday, you roll back. That's generally the process. Because yeah, if you can't fix it in a day, clearly something is very broken and you need to pull it out of the code, out of production, and send it back into the test environments and have QA update automation tests and things like that to make sure that type of stuff doesn't get through in the future. Have the code unit tests update to make sure that type of stuff doesn't get through in the future, and have the bug fix corrected. Yep. I woke up to a floating head staring at me. Then it blinked and whispered, "I'm from New Zealand." Yeah, New Zealand floating heads are the worst. They're horrible. Horrible. They're also so small. Like, what's his name? Fine, we'll go that. Beetlejuice. Harry the Hunter. This guy here. That there is the size of a floating head in New Zealand. They're weird. They're weird. They're weird. Damn it, Jedham isn't live. I can't bombard him with Aussie Streamer. Makes sense to me. Damn right. It's not the size of the floating head that matters, but how you use it. Not in this context. Smaller brain and such. Yeah. I was about to say Finn's head is not small, but then I remembered he's actually from England. Exactly. Exactly. You know? That's where all the brain history stuff comes from. New Zealand doesn't have that. It's... let me see. So, bit of the print debug. Ah, yes, England, or more widely known as small head syndrome location. You know it. You've got it. Nail on the head. Why? 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 Is that obsidian over on that side? Yes, it is obsidian. I didn't realize that was customizable. Yeah. Go into here. Go into here, go into here, go into here. There you go. It's just CSS. It's just CSS that's customizing everything. It's pretty good. Most of FOSS is customizable, while non-FOSS is always like paywalled for a simple color or can't change it all. That's because non-FOSS stuff is very much
morning baldy
business targeted. What up, Mars? How are you doing? So it's very much business targeted that requires it to be stable. They can't have the interface break because they're trying to make it customizable and stuff like that. It needs to work consistently and stay in a stable manner. While FOSS stuff is generally used for the individual. If it breaks for the individual, it's not a huge deal. No one's paying for it. You don't have to worry about getting a team in on a Friday to fix styling issues. You know, it's that sort of thing. In the non-FOSS world, they're generally you're paying for a license or you're paying for a subscription or something, and if you have an issue that's preventing you from doing something, they need to get a team working on it to resolve that issue so that businesses can continue operating. So the less unnecessary stuff they can put in, the less likely it is that it's going to break in the course of a workday. Because to be honest, adding styling and customization for applications that are being used by businesses, not that important. Not that important. For example, if you were using, let's say back in the day, you were using Microsoft Word and it broke because there was an update that included changes to how you could style or customize the Microsoft Word. So you weren't able to do certain functionality because the styling caused things to be like out of position and underneath other things that you couldn't click and stuff like that. That there is a pointless bug that could be avoided by not having that styling customization stuff in there. And it also increases the amount of support calls they'd get, where they would allow you to customize the styling. They change something to do with how the styling works. Your custom style is now broken and you can't find things. You lodge tickets and do support calls with them, and they field tons of these to go, oh yeah, there was a styling change, you go do this. It's more money that comes out of their pocket because they're trying to make it. How far are you going back with customization? How far are you going back? Is however far you want to go. It's just examples of FOSS versus non-FOSS. In the FOSS world, if it breaks, it's generally not going to be a business critical system, so they don't need to worry about calling up their support staff and paying someone to work over the weekend to fix a styling issue that's preventing people from working, you know? Very, very different. Very different industries, very different domains. Why is this not working? Why is it not working? Why? Why does it not work?
How hot is the medium sauce?
50,000 scovilles. 50K.
50k?
Yeah, 50,000 Scovilles. 50k Scovilles. That'd be correct. Why is this not working? Why does this not want to work? I pop it from here.
That's very hot. And what about the hot one?
The hot sauce is 115,000 or 105,000. Somewhere a little bit over 100,000. That reminds me. Damn it, it's still sold out.
Is it like ghost pepper level?
Hang on. Sudden death, mega death. I can get it from here. So I could get that one. Because I don't have that one. I don't have that one. I need more of that and more of that.
NVM ghost pepper is 1 million lol.
Yeah, that's these ones. The Ultra Death. They don't have it listed here. What the hell? Go back. So you've got these two. These two are 1.2 and 1.5 million. They contain like ghost chilies, reaper pods, serrano chilies, cayenne chilies, whatnot. And then you've got the medium sauce, which is this one. So the medium, oh no, sorry, this is the hot sauce, 105,000 Scovilles. And then you've got the medium sauce, which is this one, this one's 48,000. And then you've got these two here, which I use for the 5,000 weak sauce. So they're not bad. Very tasty. I keep seeing these people say this is why men live shorter, but I just keep thinking it's faster, not shorter. It's called experiencing the world, all right?
Is it worth redeeming the medium one? I have 7k points.
I mean, it's up to you. If you want to redeem it, you can. I am feeling a little bit snackish. So and I've finished my coffee, so there's that. I don't know why this one's... Like, it's popping the back.
Maybe he'll save up for more games of chess.
That's fair. That is fair. Hmm. What can we do? What can we do? I don't want to pop.
That was weak, lol.
You're weak. Oh. Alright. Let me get my delivery system. I feed you. Thank you for feeding me. Much appreciated. I am so running out of this sauce. Very much gonna run out of this sauce. Ow. Medium sauce? Alright, well there's the weak sauce. Alright.
Whoa.
God damn it, McCory. God damn it. Ah. Here's the medium. With Jalokia. And there's the hydrate. Of course. Of course. I don't have £100 to spend on Twitch. But you have 99.
What's your delivery device?
Thank you for the follow. Someone that I'm assuming is from Poland. Congrats on becoming a literal Godot. Now that you are a Godot, make sure you introduce yourself to the next postman you see as a Godot. Just go up to them and say, "G'day, I'm a Godot," and then continue talking to them as a regular person, or leave. It's up to you, as long as they're a postman. Yeah. All right. There we go. There's a medium sauce. Wish I only spent £100 on Twitch. I don't. Let's see. Oh shit, that's way too much.
What are you eating it with?
Oh, that's way too much. That's way too much. That coffee maker is treating me amazingly, Atticus. Look at that. Look at that red blood. You're gonna have to go out and find one then. Is that a jam biscuit? That was 100,000 Scoville hot sauce. Ooh. That's hot. Oh, that's hot. That's hot. And now it's hydrate.
Got some milk?
Nope. I do not. That's heat. That's heat. Oh, no, I'm not. No, I'm not, John. It's so hot. Oh. Oh my god. Oh, McCory, you bastard. Ah. Oh, alright. All I do is give him a snack. You're all sadistic. Let me snooze these ads. Oh. Ah.
Underestimated the power of the hot sauce.
Oh, this is hot. Ow. Hypno cries on stream, damn right. G'day, you gidunts. Welcome in, y'all. Hello, everyone. Excuse my potential tears. I've been forced to have hot sauce and then drink water, so excuse me for a minute. Hello, Zero. Hello, Fresh Meat. What up, John? How was your stream today? Hello, Sigma. Hello, Error. Hello, Bit. Let me just compose myself. G'day, you gidunts. How are we all? Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. You're officially a gidunt. Oh, it's great to see you, John. I'm glad the move is like, you know, is done, and you're back to your streaming. Glad to see you there. It was a long time. It was a long time, you know. Working on Bride's Paris still. Bit of hot sauce caught me. Alright, approaching early access release. Nice. Yeah. I'm so glad it's coming to early access and that you're back. It's making me cry. It was difficult. A lot of cancellations too. That was killer. Ooh. Yeah. That would have been. Oh, well, welcome in, y'all. I'll tell you what I'm working on. I am making a Bobble Shop Simulator. Think trading card game simulator, but with bobbleheads. We've got Cinti assets and Kenny assets that we're using. You can buy your stuff as normal. You know. You can place your furniture and whatnot if I press the right buttons. You can place your bobbleheads. You can pick them up, you can open them, you can see what bobble you get and all that stuff. You can sell them. There's different rarities. There's different issues when a bobblehead comes to life at random. And yeah, it's a whole thing.
Hello.
Oh. I think the hot sauce is finally settling down a little bit. But yes, that's what we're working on. We're just working on the cash register at the moment, so you can like give people change. It's going good. And I am refusing to do any game jams until this is finished. They distract me too much. But yes. Not even Jern Jam. Because, like, I want to do them. I have so many ideas for games, okay? But every time I do a jam, I get really invested into the game that I make for the jam. And then that ends up becoming my main project that I continue working on. So I've got like 4 games that I've started and haven't finished. All because I keep doing game jams and moving on to the next thing. I need to stop that. I need to get this game finished and released. And then I can do another game jam. Only 4, try harder. Well, that's because I try to stay focused, alright? Talk to me when you have at least 20 odd. It's been a year, okay? It's been a year. Give me a break. I don't have years of backed up projects. I only have 1 year of backed up projects. Plus my idea of a roguelike Yahtzee game. There you go, you can focus now. All right, cool. 10 minutes of focus, let's do it. So the issue we're having is with this. Nope, not that. I'll focus on chat after this. So we do this. I remove that. There's the issue. The currency isn't laid out properly. So something's moved. I wonder. What up, Giddy? How are you? So we move from currencies. We loop over the notes and shift everything back after the one that's been removed. Damn, ad break. Roguelite Yahtzee game already exists. It's called Wordplay. What? You do know what Yahtzee is, don't you? This isn't Yahtzee. This isn't Yahtzee. This ain't Yahtzee symbol. Yahtzee is this. No? That's BS. That is BS. What a rigged computer. It ain't Yahtzee has nothing to do with words and spelling. What are you talking about? What are you on about? We didn't grow up with the same game then? No. Like, Yahtzee is the one with, like, it's like poker with dice kind of thing. You know? Dice and number based, yeah. Another universe might have it. Maybe, Giddy. Maybe. I don't know why this isn't working. We remove the offsets. Oh, we're removing coin offset. Duh. That's probably why. Okay, so it's only moved one further up. It's the last one that's not moving.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay! The ad's finished. While IDX is less than child counts. Ah, yes, because it's not. Yep. Well, no, so we find the instance of money. So yeah, we get an instance of the note or the coin that we want to remove from the change. And then if it's a note, so over 100 or greater than or equal to 100. What up, teeth? Hey, Godot floating head guy. Forgive my ignorance. Is Godot not the same as Go? And how long have you been playing in Godot? Also got any details on Bobbles? What are you making? So first off, don't worry about it. Ask questions. Happy to provide answers if I can or help find an answer. Even if it's in a game engine that I'm not using, I will happily help you find an answer. Is Godot not the same as Go? It is not. Golang is a programming language. I think it was developed by Google or someone at Google. Godot is a game engine developed by one guy back ages ago and then became like a whole open source project thing for multiple people. And it is named after the play Waiting for Godot. It does have a programming language called GD Script, which it's just a scripting language similar to Python. And I've been tinkering and using Godot for about a year now, a bit over a year. So yeah. And the bobbles we are using, so we're making a bobblehead game. So you can buy your bobbleheads. Let me just get this stuff sorted here. So when I say bobble, I generally mean bobblehead. It's just easier to say bobblehead than bobble, you know? So it's these guys. And you will be able, while you're holding them or while they're on the shelf, you will be able to bobble their head so that they like go back and forth and like wiggle around and stuff. Yeah. Thanks. It's a hard T and Y followed by ooth. Or F, like an old English verb to tie something up. Tieth. Tieth. Nice. Thank you for going over that for me. I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if I had it correct, but now I know. Tieth. That's fun to say. That is very fun to say. Let's see. So it's not getting the last one. I should probably do while child is not null. Let's get rid of all that. And what I'll do in here is I'll go if IDX is greater than or equal to notes get child count, we break. Just break out. Otherwise, we keep increasing it. We keep getting it. Yep, that should work. That'll work. Beautiful. Beautiful. Oxynom. Hypno, how's your year been? It's been amazing. I guess if you guess my time right now, I will give you 100 bits. If I can guess your time right now. What time are we talking about? Are we talking about UTC time? Are we talking about Australian time? Are we talking about your local time? Are we talking about galactic time? Are we talking about moon time? What time are we talking about here? Yeah, not all time is the same. The time on your PC. I know it's 16 past something. It's 16 past something. What hour would it be? I'm gonna go with 1:16 a.m. I'm gonna say you're somewhere in Europe. Wrong? Okay, well, there you go. Wait, I'm off. I didn't do my math right. 12:17. Oh, I was off by an hour. Wait, no. No, I was off by 13 hours. 12:17 p.m. It's lunchtime for you. No, 1 hour? Oh, so you mean 12:17 a.m. Okay, cool. I was off by an hour. I was in the right ballpark. Hey, it's 1:17 over here. Okay, so I was guessing Giddy's time. Okay, that's what I was doing. I was guessing Giddy's time. Now I need to do the same thing here. We go Mesh Instance 3D. Coins. Get children. No. Coins get child. IDX. British? Yeah, sorry, I was zoned in on the German time frame. Your UTC plus 0.015. What? I thought there was a place or two with non-hour based offsets. India Standard Time plus 5:30, Nepal 5:45, Iran 3:30. Yes, we've got one in Australia as well. We have one in Australia as well. It's South Australia. So South Australia, like through the middle. Yeah. It's like through the middle, you've got like 9.5 sort of thing. 9:30, 10:30 UTC. Yeah.
I'm gonna put my cats in my game and there's nothing you can do about it.
I don't want to do anything about it. I want your cats to be in a game. Do it. Yeah, that's whack, but sensible too. Is it sensible? Is it sensible? You saw that we have one state that's 9.5 and another state that's 9.5 or 10.5, depending on if it's daylight savings. And they're in the same time zone, but one of them applies daylight savings and the other doesn't.
Want to play a game of chess?
If you redeem chess, I am forced to play, whether I want to or not, so it's up to you. Do you want to see me play a game of chess? I'm on a losing streak at the moment, so you'll get to see me lose. I haven't won a game in like my last 10 or 15 rapid games. All right. Am I playing you, Lupo, or am I playing a random? It's your call. It's up to you.
Send an invite, me.
What was your... Was that you? I don't know if your chess name...
Kangaroo sausages, anyone?
Oh. I think I'm gonna have to buy some kangaroo and some salmon today. If you want, I'll do a cooking stream for salmon. There you go, challenge sent. Yeah, I could go like a salmon fillet with mashed potatoes, asparagus, some lemon. Oh, it'd be so nice, so nice. I'm not liking this position that I'm in. I like that. I like that. Comb the beard? Give me 2 seconds. I'll comb the beard after this. Oh, shit. Yep, I missed that. Yep. I missed that. I should have known. As I said, I'm on a losing streak at the moment. I don't know what it is. Can you check my thing in show off? Sure thing. I will comb my beard first. Yeah. I don't know what it is, but I go like 2 weeks where I'm just winning everything at chess, and I get to like close to 1,000.
GG, solve some puzzles before a game.
Nah. I solve puzzles every morning. Like, but I always seem to get up close to 1,000 in rating, and then all of a sudden, I just completely lose every game and drop back down to like 850. It's like, what? What? Yeah, what? It makes no sense. Let's say show off. Cube clashes. Cube clashes? What is cube clashes gonna be? Let me just double check a couple things. I just need to check some stuff for...
Was there a movie about with bobbleheads?
Midday checkout. Okay. Was there a movie about or with bobbleheads? I don't know. I don't think so. The only thing I can think of is Toy Soldiers. There will be. Yeah. There's going to be a live action movie of this game. There's going to be an animated series based on the comics that I make for the bobbleheads in this game. There's going to be real life comics that you can purchase of the bobbleheads in this game. It's going to be a whole franchise. I'm gonna see if I can get in touch with Scott, the creator of Five Nights at Freddy's, and see if we can do like a crossover game. You know? The bobbleheads and the robots work together to, yeah. Bobblehead Shop, the comics. Bobblehead Shop, the movie. Bobblehead Shop, the soap brand. Bobblehead Shop, the diapers. No, that's Flowcatchia. What is this, Oxynom?
There is this channel called I Hate Everything. He reviews lowest rated movies ever, so there might have been one about bobbleheads.
Nah, I doubt it. What is this, Oxynom? What are the controls? What am I doing? Number is -41. Oh, I need to get to -41. There you go. Nice. Interesting. Not a bad idea. I like it. Could be a good mobile game, to be honest. But also the comics aren't going to be Bobblehead Shop the comic. They're going to be called Agreeabobbles. Yep, Agreeabobbles. Right mouse and drag cubes. Making an unlisted video to show you it right now. It's a Game Jam game. Nice. Bobblehead Shop the flamethrower. The kids love that one. For ages 3 and up, symbol. Bobblehead Shop kangaroo burgers? Nah, Bobblehead Shop bobble burgers. Yeah, the YouTubes. Now, none of you are going to be able to hear this. Just so you know. Nothing to hear anyway. Oh, okay, so you've got like... Okay. So you've also got to put in the answer. Nice. You got a timer as well. Nice. What do the different colors mean? What are the different colors in that, Oxynom? Is like the different color, like add, subtract, multiply, divide, square, cube, root, all that kind of stuff? Their effects just look nicer. I'd tie them to like multiply, divide type thing. Add multiply, divide, square, exponent, that sort of thing. Yeah. Introduce them as you go along so it gets harder and the math gets more complicated. Do something like that after the jam. It's only 9 days long. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. Also, that video had audio. I did hear a couple of little things. But yeah, like mine, I don't have my browser audio go through to all of you. Just because I don't want to watch something that someone sends through and accidentally have copyrighted music or something get through, and then YouTube scream and yell at me. It's just one of those things. It's just one of those days when you don't want to wake up. This is where I need to do a if IDX.
You didn't believe me? Check this out, https://youtube.be/tsc9vj1kd ? Feature equals shared.
Bobbleheads, the movie. The search for the worst. I mean, that looks like a bad movie. It looks like a bad movie. See, I think this is so weird. Alright, so there's a Bobblehead movie. Our movie will be better. Alright? Ours will be infinitely better. It's all royalty free, but I get it's a safety thing. Also, if you win the jam, the Steam fee is paid, and I get a publisher that's the prize. And I might be biased, but I think I will, because there's only 40 odd people. Don't expect to win just because there's like less people in it. There's no guarantee. You might end up second. The thing with game jams is even the game jams that are as unbiased as possible still have some level of bias. Game jam, like reviewing games for a game jam is 100% opinion based. So there's never a guarantee. You can hit every criteria, but depending on the judging, which is opinion based, you could end up second or lower. The channel name, I Hate Everything. Yep. So yeah, I never go into a game jam thinking I'm going to win this because my game's fun, I'm hitting all the criteria, and I can't find any bugs. Even with all those three, someone could be using a browser or a version of a browser which has something that breaks the game in some unknown way. Or they might not find the game entertaining themselves. You know, because they have a different preference of game. Yeah. Or they might interpret the theme differently. And they might not understand my interpretation of the theme. So, yeah. You might end up losing to a game that doesn't even fit the theme, has no requirements the said organizer said there needed to be, and then the judges all got butthurt because they found the game too difficult, and our team back 6 months ago. Speaking from whatever could you mean? Whatever could you be talking about, Symbol? I don't know what you're talking about. But yeah, like, never assume you're gonna win just because you're hitting criteria and the theme and such. Because there's no guarantee that your theme... There's no guarantee that they will understand how you have interpreted the theme. A 20-minute judging run, they may not get past the first level of quest. Exactly. They may not come across your like how you've put the game together. They may not understand it from the small amount of playtime they do. Obviously, the less people that are participating, the more time they're going to have to spend playing each game. If there's a large number of games, they will spend 15 to 30 minutes on each game. If they come across a soft lock or a bug that prevents them from progressing, they're not going to spend time being like, how do I get around this bug? How can I continue? No, they're just going to go, all right, bug that stops me from being able to progress. Move on. So, yeah. Game too hard, move on. Exactly, Knight. Exactly. You've got to cater to people that may not be as skilled at gaming as you. And I guess that's also the difficult part with doing a game jam as well. You don't have time to balance the game. So your game might be inadvertently too hard because you haven't had the time to put in to balance it. So, but that doesn't really apply to your game though, Oxy. That does not apply to your game, because if they find basic math too difficult, they probably shouldn't be judging a game jam. Just saying. Position Y minus equal point offset. So I need this to be IDX divided by 2.0. If you No. Modulus 2. If that is 1, we do that, otherwise we do that. Something like that. I don't know if that's going to work, but we're about to find out. Basic math is literally the theme. I know. Almost need training wheels. Help text forcefully for the first 2 hours of each run. Yeah. For every game jam, it's always good to have some help text to guide them.
But I guess that's one of the skills required winning a game jam, to make a playable game in a short period.
I mean, you can make a playable game in a short period, but a playable game is, again, objective. It depends on your skill in that type of game. If you make a game that has a difficulty like a Souls-like difficulty, and the person that's reviewing it is not good at Souls-like games, they're more of a puzzle game type of person, then that game is going to be more difficult for them. That game's going to be too hard for them. so they're not going to be able to properly judge it. It's that type of thing. Like, do you think most Game Jam games should strive for the Atari type of fun, simple to pick up and play? If you're doing a Game Jam that's over a couple of days, yes. It should be something that you can implement the core mechanics and the core gameplay in a day or two, so it shouldn't be overly complicated. And then you spend a day or two fixing bugs, adding some UI and polish and whatnot to make it playable, and then you submit it. But you shouldn't go into a 2 to 4 day game jam trying to make a RPG or trying to make a shop sim or something like that, because you get crunched for time trying to get stuff done, and you end up with a game that's buggy, and judges come across issues where they can't continue and stuff like that. So if you're doing a game jam that goes for a month, though, if you do a month-long game jam, then you can do stuff like that because you have that time to put in that. So the length of the game jam should determine the complexity of what you build. Yeah. It's saved. Coins get children, find money.
A month can be a full dev time for a small mobile game, lol.
Yep. Correct. Even with slightly to very crazy complex, it should be pick-upable. Not necessarily. If you're doing like a longer game jam, then it doesn't need to be pick-upable as long as you put in some sort of tutorial section to kind of ease the player into the mechanics and whatnot. So, like, yeah. If you... I guess the tutorial makes it pick up and playable. But yeah, like, it should be something that someone, like anyone, can pick up, and if they need guidance, there's a tutorial there to help them through. You do not allow them to turn off the tutorial. If not intuitive, then help text, but easy and fun to pick up more than intuitive. Yeah, because you can kind of combat the intuitive side of things by having stuff outlined in the description.
I guess if you make a complex game, it's on you rather judges, cause is not meant to fur game jam style.
It's on you rather than judges. Yeah, exactly. You are submitting the game to be judged. If your game can't be judged because it's too complex for the judges, then that's kind of on you as the person that made it. But that's the risk you take when you make a complex game for a game jam. Like, that's all there is. One way you can combat that is if you're making a game that's going to end up complex, then perhaps you strip out a few of the extra mechanics and make it more of like a 2 or 3 mechanic game rather than a game that has like 8 different mechanics that all work together. So you give them a stripped down version of what the game you want to make is, so that way it's easier for them. It's not as complex, but it still gets the idea across. If it takes 45 minutes to get satisfaction, fun, rewards, it's too long. People need to be eased into long payoffs, true. On the mechanics side, explain each new thing first time, ideally second time, or just leave help text on until stage reached. True. Plus good docs, yes. I found the only person streaming programming on Kick. Nice! Followed. Thank you very much. How are you doing? That's the thing. That's the thing, like, I'm the only person over there for content at the moment, so... And thank you for the follow, Teeth. Or Tieth, sorry. Thank you for the follow. Now that both of you have followed, you both need to introduce yourself to people as Gedunts. Okay? So, make sure you go up to whoever your employer is, or if you're in school, your teachers, and introduce yourself to them as a Gedunt. As G'day, I'm a Gedunt. And then proceed on with your day. Forgot about that bit. But I don't want to. You're a Gedunt, though. The only thing that makes being a Gedunt worth it is telling people. Okay? I'm doing wonderfully. I am rewriting my backend in Rust right now because I vibe coded Go and it was terrible. Was it terrible because it was Go, or was it terrible because you vibe coded it? And are you vibe coding it in Rust right now? Or are you actually doing the Rust programming? Because you vibe coded it? Okay, so I assume you're not vibe coding Rust. You're actually doing the Rust yourself. Only partially vibe coding it in Rust. Okay, so you're using it for the complicated bits, and you're kind of understanding how to do things in Rust, and you're learning through the process of vibe coding. You're not just having the AI do it and not learning anything. Good. That's progress. That's good. Git dunts, got it? No. Gedunt. G''DUNT. Alright? It stands for good. See you next Tuesday. You know it was the latter. It's more like I'm learning things in Rust I don't know from vibe coding, but I'm reading each and every line of code so it doesn't get stupid. Yeah, so you're making it like you're using it correctly. You're cross-checking what it's generating and you're fixing it as you go. Rather than just having it spit out code and then going, oh, it doesn't work, it has this bug on this line, and then trying to have the AI fix it. But yeah, like you're actually learning things in Rust, sort of thing. Yeah. That's the way to do it. Actually learn things. It's good as a crib sheet that provides things for you to read around the subject or ask questions about. The prompt I use most often is fill in the blank. You are now officially my friend, non-consensually. I'm everyone's friend, alright? I'm everyone's friend. Even the people that don't think I'm their friend. I'm their friend. I'm their friend. Secretly, I'm their friend. They don't want to say, but I am. And thank you for the follow too. Because you've just followed and you're officially a Gedunt now, you need to introduce yourself to the next doorman you see. The next doorman or security guard you see, you need to introduce yourself to them as a Gedunt. Yep. To be fair, LLMs love bash, batch, PowerShell scripts, and FFmpeg incantations. Second to none. I've never used LLMs for FFmpeg or bash, batch, PowerShell scripts. That's... That sounds horrifying. FFmpeg is confusing enough, let alone having an AI try to do something with it. That's funny. It's very funny. Why doesn't this work? Oh, that's why. Coins. There we go. Damn copy-paste errors. Ooh, hello. That ain't right. That's not right. Check before you run any command, but rather than scan pages of docs, get pointed at the right arguments. Yeah. I don't know, the AI actually helped me learn a lot about FFmpeg and how to use it. Learn, not leer. Helped you leer a lot. Oh, that's good. I mean, if you use the AI correctly, it can help you learn a lot. But, like, for that, I assume it would be helping you learn a lot by, like, you know, explaining arguments and stuff like that, and what each thing's doing and whatnot, rather than it generating the code and then you reading the code and being like, oh, that's what it does. Because, I mean, having it generate the command for FFmpeg, you're just going to get like a bunch of -I, -- codec A, codec V, -F, all that kind of stuff. And like that doesn't mean anything without the docs. Godot is just 2D stuff, right? What lang is it again? I used to do Unity stuff. Godot is 2D and 3D. So this here is Godot. This is our game in 3D. So, yeah. You can do 2D games, you can do 3D games. I'm doing a 3D game. You can do stuff in C#, same as Unity, or you can use their scripting language, GD script, which is similar to Python. Thanks for the lurk, Insba. I think AI can replace engineers when it can turn the HTML5 spec into a web browser. It's not just the HTML5 spec though. It needs for AI to be able to do something as a web browser, it would need to understand CSS, HTML, JavaScript, as well as security. And if you want it to create a website, it needs to understand HTML5, CSS, JavaScript, and security. Also in both cases, it needs to understand network requests as well. So it's much more than just HTML5. You can even do 2.5D and 4D. Well, kinda. No, you can do 4D. So Godot has Godot 4 has undo redo. Where is it? This. So Godot 4 has undo redo. Okay. Undo redo, you register methods and property changes inside actions, and then you can create actions and provide a way to undo this action using function calls and property changes, then commit the action. So you can have a player do a bunch of stuff. Like you can have it that the player runs through a level, and then if the player uses their time ability, it jumps them back 5 seconds to what position they were in and what their stats were 5 seconds ago. But everything else stays the same. So you can do 4D games. If you set it up correctly, you could do it so that everything in the game rewinds and stuff like that. Is line 49 correct as first iteration coin is same as index, not include? Hang on. I'll get to that in 2 seconds, Razor. It loves and comprehends many things, but understands nothing. Correct. Well, color me corrected. It's built in now. Yep. Undo redo is its own class. And that's what I love about it. Line 43. This one. Line 49, sorry. This one. That's a good point. That is a good point. I still don't think that's going to fix the issue. Yeah, so I've got another issue. There's a different issue that I'm facing now. You could use that undo redo for puzzle games as well. So have it that the player needs to move something to a certain area, but then they need to go back in time in order to, like, them themselves go back in time, not the object. So that way they're like in the correct spot after moving that object to the correct spot in order to proceed further, sort of thing. You know? Kind of break time. It'd be good. Could be fun. So if also redeclaring index. Just after else. No, I'm not. I'm not redeclaring anything. I declare it inside this if statement, and then I declare it inside this else statement. So like I can do I can do this, but that doesn't change anything. There's two separate code blocks. Yeah, not inside the while loop, no. Inside the while loop's just assignment. It's something to do with these. Something to do with these two. So, up here, we assign the offsets. Oh, actually, maybe that needs to be a plus. Because up here, we're doing it as a negative offset. You ever done Ludum Dare? Very hype, much wow. I have never done Ludum Dare, to be honest. I've seen it a few times, but yeah, I think I don't want to do any game jams until this one's finished. It'll probably be, once I finish this game, I'll probably do a Ludum Dare, but not until this game's finished. So Y position setting to the sky? No. Should be Z. Good eye. Good eye. Nice. It wasn't sending it to the sky. It wasn't sending it to the sky, it was pushing it into the table, which is why it disappeared. Not quite. It's lined them all up. Yeah, that's not right. It's almost right. Because this only subtracts one coin offset from that. I might actually increase coin offset to that. So it subtracts 1 or 0. Because the modulus of 2 is going to be either 0 or 1. The X is going to be, like, it's going to be multiplying by 1, like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, depending on how many get added. Because that's a division of 2 that we round up. So if there's no child at the moment, this is the first one, so we don't add any offset. If it's the second child, it rounds up. So if it's 1, then it's the second child and it rounds up. So the X offset. Oh, hang on, that's not right. That's not right. That's weird. It's appearing tiny. Correct. Correct. They're small coins. We do have larger coins, but down in here, we need it so that we take 1 out, regardless of where it is. We need to check what position it is, or what the index is. I missed the scale change from large notes. There's a little bit of a scale change. A little bit, not a big one. Yeah, we've got 5 different sizes of coins. 1 cent, 5 cent, 10 cent, 20 cent, 50 cent. So they like get larger the more it's worth. We do have ads coming in. I'm going to throw these words up for you, and I'm going to BRB for a min. And when I get back, we will solve this issue. Okay? So I will see you in a couple of minutes. All right? Enjoy your wording. All right, I'm back. Nicely done, Razor. Carrying us through. I can give you a help here now, Razor. What would be the fake letter? Doubtful. G is fake. G is fake. Someone had their coffee this morning, I think. What's that 6-letter word? I'm running out of words. I'm running out. I'm running out.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay! Damn it. Damn it. Ah, well. I guess we're done. It's taken its time to sync, isn't it? My internet still works. Huh. I think words is broken. Oh no, there it goes. There it goes. Alright. Just taking its time. What's a fake letter when it's at home? Not played words yet. So a fake letter is one that's in the top row, but it's not used in any of the words down in the bottom. So it's a red herring, basically. It's to throw you off so that it's more difficult to figure out what words to type. Yeah. Alright, so what do we need to do here? We need to fix the bug. That's what we need to do. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? My code with a bug? Oh, never. Only every other day. So we find money. If IDX is less than notes, get child count, else null. If IDX is less than coins, get child count, else null. Yeah, see how it's... not doing it the way I want it. You know what if I just do 0? No, I'm going to leave it as plus equal coin offset because we do the negative coin offset up here to like pull it forward. So adding it would push it back. We only want that to happen if the index maybe we need to do that. Child equals coins get child IDX if IDX is less than that, else null. That will cause it to break out because child's assigned null. child equals notes get child IDX. If that, else null. Get rid of those two. It's moving all of them by the X. It's moving them all by the X. IDS modulus 2 is 1. I want to add the Z. So it's 3. So that index will be 2. And then it'll jump to that one. And it'll go, your index is 3. So if we modulus that by 2, it's 1. Ah, yep. It depends on which one it is as to if it should move it forward or backwards. Yep. Yep. Depends on which one it is. So for this, if it's that, then the next thing we need to do, plus equal coin offset, if if it's in an even position, it's just going to be moving it back and forward. Moving it back and forward, that's what we want. We don't care about moving the X at all. But we do care about moving the X, actually. G'day, Sonic, you gedunt. How are you doing? We do care about moving the X. Because we place it like so. So to reverse that, we need to go if... Well, I'm doing amazing, Sonic. I'm doing amazing. I don't know about everyone else in chat. I hope they're doing amazing. So we do the position like that. Then to reverse it, the last one, which is an odd number, so it has a remainder of 1. Then, no, it's an odd number because the index is 0, 1. 1 is 2, 3 is 4, yeah. So, it's an odd number index. We want to move that back. What up, Doctor? How are you doing? You are late. And then the one that's here, the even number, we want to move across. But then we go to this one. Want to move it back. Yep. Yep. I see what's happening. Almost. Almost. Just got home from work. Long day today. Bear. Bear. You have a great head. Thank you very much, Collider No Scope. I hope it's not just because you're looking at my head through a kaleidoscope that you think it's a great head. But as my Twitch notification says, go here. As the Twitch notification says, come get your daily dose of the best head of Twitch. Yeah. Everyone needs to get some good head on Twitch. And that's where I come in. That's where I come in. I'm the best head on Twitch. You weren't lying. Great head. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. He's watching this stream through his 65-inch. Right, so he can see the mustache. That's why. That's why. Would be a true forehead through a kaleidoscope. You would have forehead. You would have four heads, but the combination of those four heads would have a 16 head. Yeah. You know it. Be like multiple good heads. Yeah. Yeah. That's why there's only one. Because this is as much good head as people can handle. Alright? When it comes to good head, people have a recharge time. They can only deal with one at a time. True. Thank you for not overwhelming us. I do. That's what I do. That's what I do. I make sure everyone's comfortable and has a good time. I just arrived and I'm watching a head speak about the greatest and giga head of Twitch. The greatest, the giga head of Twitch. I never said giga. I never said giga. Alright? Just the best and the greatest. That's it. So why is this now breaking? So it's going from like the two at the back go up. That's done it. That's done it! Woot! Well, that's not right. Nice. Now I need to fix up this. So we do this. Child's not null. Child position X. We remove the note offset. Increase the index. And then the child equals get child at that index. If that's what it is. Yeah, perfect. Beautiful. We were talking the other day about being winter in Australia, and it made me realize that it's Christmas in the summer for you. Yep. The good thing about that is, so in America, people like miss family events and holidays and such because of like snowstorms and blizzards and such. All right. Now in Australia, we don't have that. We don't have that issue. Instead, when I'm traveling to a family event on the holidays, I'm traveling in like 35 degrees Celsius weather. So I'm sweating on trains. I'm sweating in cars. I'm just sweating while traveling for hours. So yeah. You still listen to Christmas songs even though over half are about snow? Yes. Funnily enough, yes. Although we do have Australian Christmas songs. There are Australian Christmas songs. Where are we? None of these are Australian Christmas Day. 12 Days of Aussie Christmas. Yep. 12 Days of Aussie Christmas is good. Aussie Jingle Bells. None of those are the Aussie Christmas songs. Santa never made it into Darwin. I like that. Tim Minchin, White Wine in the Sun. That's good. I hope you get laid for Christmas. I've been wanting to learn art and game dev in general for a little while, but haven't started because it's overwhelming of how much I'd have to learn. Any tips on overcoming this bitch-ass mentality? You don't need to do everything. You don't need to learn everything off the bat. The main thing you would need to learn is the coding side of things. There's a lot of help out there for that, though. A lot of the communities are very, very helpful. If you've got questions on how to do things, there's generally a ton of tutorials that explain different things as well. As for the art and stuff like that, what you can do to start off with is use pre-made assets, get those into the engine, and learn how to use art assets in a game. So you can do something like go to Kenny Assets and use these free assets to like learn how to get a player moving, learn how to deal with a isometric tile map, all that type of stuff, picking up items and whatnot. And then once you've done that, you can create low poly models yourself, or you can create your own pixel art and stuff like that. And then you can start using those in place of these assets and start learning to create the art yourself. In my game, for example, I made like this cash register. This cash register and the money in here. That's stuff that I've made. But if you have a look at all of this stuff, all of this stuff here is Cinti assets. Like this is all Cinti assets used to build out the world. I would not be able to make something like this at this point in time with my skill level. So I've used the pre-made assets to kind of build out the world and have something the player can move around in and whatnot. And I'm focusing on making stuff like the cash register they can interact with. Making the furniture. So I also made this shelf here. So this shelf is another thing that I made in Blender. So I'm learning bits and pieces as I make the game, but I'm getting started with pre-made assets. Is this the descendant of the Octuple A game? No. This is the precursor to the Octuple A game. Yep, this is the prequel. So, yeah. You can do stuff like that. Because that way you have a bunch of stuff to make a game. And if you want to, you can then create your own 3D models or your own UI artwork and stuff like that as you go, and kind of replace things or include new things that aren't part of the asset pack and whatnot. So that way you're learning 3D modeling, but you don't have to model everything. You know? Because yes, modeling everything for a game can be overwhelming. It can be very overwhelming. And one thing you'll notice as well, Kaleido, is over time, as you make more and more games and you create your own models for bits and pieces of those games, you'll end up finding that after 4 or 5 games, you have a bunch of assets that you have made that you can now reuse in this 6th game. And then you can make some extra assets for the 6th game. And it kind of takes off the pressure. So you're accruing those assets over time. So yeah, that's the way to do it. Are you going to follow Nintendo and charge $80 for this Game of the Year contender? No. I will probably charge like 15 or 20 Australian dollars for it, which if we do AUD to USD, if I charge 20 AU, it'll be like 13 US. If I charge 15 AU, it'll be about 10 US. So, yeah. Gonna be real good. Gonna be so good. That's something worth keeping an eye on. The free credits for model generation, AI LLM to 3D model. Most seem poor, but a few were capable, even offering model rigging. It depends. So if you're going somewhere that people are uploading AI assets, they'll generally be flagged as AI generated assets, because if they're not, then they can get in legal trouble for not saying that it's AI generated type of thing. for things like Cinti assets and Kenny assets and Quaternius assets, all of those are made by the people that run those. So you'll never have an issue with those being AI generated. I would 100% pick this up for 10 USD. And that's the point. Like, I want it to be accessible. I want as many people to be able to play this as possible. If I try to sell this for 50 US, not that many people are going to buy it and play it. If I sell it for 10 US, many more people are going to be happy to pick it up and play it and enjoy it and stuff like that. Like, it's all about making it accessible to people. If your game's not accessible because it's overpriced, no one's going to pay it. No one's going to play it. That's how it goes. So that's all fixed. That's all done. What I'm going to do, though, I'm going to have that add. I'm going to have you add. I'm going to have you subtract. That should be fine. Nope. Too far. Still want the Thief DLC? I'll think about it. Yeah, that's nice. That works. I like that. Ooh, thank you very much for the follow. Much appreciated. Congrats. You're officially a Godot. And that means you get to introduce yourself to the next person that wants thief gameplay in a game that you meet. Alright? Just introduce yourself to them. Next time you hear someone talking about a game that involves thievery or stealing or deception or something like that, just introduce yourself to them as a Godot. You know? It's g'day, I'm a Godot, and move on. It's a good feeling. It's a good feeling. I feel so dumb sometimes trying to make a 2D platformer. When I was making the jump, I sat there for 30 minutes not understanding why it was broken. Turns out I had a plus jump value, which was trying to jump through the floor. Yes. 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 And that's because... Actually, a plus jump value on a 2D platformer. Y should be positive. Y negative. X positive, X negative. Right? So positive should be up. Invite them to be Godunts as well. Yeah, tell them exactly how they can become a Godunt. Okay? Maybe the origin is top left. That shouldn't matter. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Oh my god. That's stupid. I mean, the way that I think it should work is based on how you look at a graph. When you look at a graph, when you are doing any sort of math on a graph, when you are graphing functions, this is positive x, positive y. This is positive y, negative x. This is negative x, negative y. This is positive x, negative y. All right? That's the way I always think of it. And then when you go to 3D, what you do is you still have that graph with positive y, positive x, negative y, but you also have positive z and negative z. You know, that's how I always look at it. So that there, having negative go up, that is annoying. That is very annoying. You can also apply the same logic. In the end, always have to flip the y. But why do you need to flip the y? I think it comes from old stuff. Still doesn't make, like... Computers are mathematical. Why are we changing them to go from graphing math function XY axis to some weird negative inverse of y? The only thing I can think of is they are viewing it from the perspective of physics. That's the only thing I can think of. They are viewing it from the perspective of physics based on gravity. So when you want something to be pulled down, you apply gravity to them, which gives them a positive gravity, which is down. So positive y becomes down because gravity is being applied. And when you want something to go up, you need to apply a counteractive force to gravity, making your y value negative, because it's overriding the gravity and going in the negative direction to gravity. That's the only reason I can think of it being positive down, negative up. And that's the only logical reason I can think for it to happen. We can close those out. Go to the cash register. This can have... What is it? Over on here... Complete transaction. Just thinking about it, I could do a cool gravity platformer. I could jump from the ceiling down. Yeah. You could do that. In 2D graphics, the plus Y axis being down is mostly a convention based on the screen coordinate system used in the computer graphics and displays, not a rule from mathematics or physics. Yeah, because it used to be that it would start in the top left corner and it would go down, and that would be your Y value down and your X value positive, your Y value positive. Yeah. Is that right? I assume that's right. Because that's how pixels get updated, from top left going down. Yeah. It still annoys me. Still annoys me. I don't care how logical it is, it still annoys me. I'm just wondering where to put this. Is it true in Australia your toilets flush backwards? Yes. Well, actually, no. No. Hello, exception. How are you doing? Welcome in. So, doctor, that's not correct. So, in Australia, our toilets don't flush in a circle and go down. What happens is they just have like a suck, like a vacuum suck type thing based on air pressure and whatnot. But it's a whole setup based on physics and pipes and pressure and whatnot. But when you flush, what happens is it just goes. It just goes down. It doesn't spin or anything. It just goes down. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Congrats. You're officially a Gedunt. Now you can introduce yourself to people as a Gedunt. I offer you a deal. I give you a Prime sub and you give me your thoughts on what is causing an issue on Steam for Linux. What is the issue that you are referring to? Because I haven't encountered any issues personally. So I'd be interested to know what issue you're talking about. Get here. Get here. But yeah, let me know what the issue is and I will have a look at it and I'll give you my thoughts. When I play games, moving my mouse causes the game to lag. Wherever my mouse is, there is a small square of flickering rendering. I'm on Pop! OS with NVIDIA 575 drivers using Proton GE. Have you tried any other versions of Proton? Have you tried the version of Proton that comes with Steam? Like, I think it's 904 is the current version. Because it could be a Proton GE issue. I tried the one that comes with Steam. It does the same. Which game is it? Is it any game that it's happening? Pop! OS, NVIDIA, mouse flicker during gameplay. Only games on Steam. Okay, I don't think it's that. I started using a second monitor alongside my laptop. Mouse started blinking, which is very annoying. Some answers to similar questions suggest disabling unknown monitors, but I don't have any. Any suggestion what might be the problem? The flickering is like that, but in a small square where the mouse is. Can you update your drivers? There could be a driver update. So it is like that, but it's only for the mouse. You have an Intel processor with integrated graphics. The flickering could be due to kernel version that not playing nice with CPU sleep states. I don't think it'd be that. If you look at the video, I posted my reply to the OP. The issue wasn't even happening randomly. There were specific hotspots that were triggered positioning the trackpad. Editing the loader file is not how one should add kernel parameters. That's true. Hard mode is just second full crew. Screen flickering issue. My mouse itself doesn't flicker, just the area around it. Yeah, it sounds like it's going to be a graphical issue with the driver or the OS. Specifically something to do probably with composition. Area around mouse flicker. It's never happened on Linux, Mint, Nobara, or Fedora. Have you done any recent updates to your system? Installed any updates or anything? Update through Pop Shop whenever they're available. Did you do one of those updates just before this started happening? It's a curious one. Is there a way to revert updates? Good question. It's like a 3-day fresh install. Just been like that since I've had it. Hard is telling me just go back to Mint. Mint was good to me. It was working. I should have stayed loyal. I mean, to me, Pop OS is kind of like a bloated version of Linux. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Congrats on becoming a Gedunt. Make sure to introduce yourself to people as a Gedunt. Doesn't matter who it is. Just tell them that you're a Gedunt. Let me see if I can find this here. And thank you for the Prime sub, you legend. Much appreciated. I'm still going to continue to try and help you. Don't get me wrong. I see Linux. That's right, Fox. You see the future. Mint, owned by Ryan Reynolds. I wish. Mint is a safe version. Thank you for trying. I'm gonna keep looking. Don't you worry. It does sound like it's going to be some sort of composition issue, though. There should be a forum or something. Pop OS forum. Okay, so it's all just here. There we go. Here we are. Here we are. No, it's not that. It's not that. Jesus Christ. Oh, what up, Speedo? Should I try Linux? Never had a personal machine or VM with it. I would suggest trying it. Like, if you've got a laptop or something that you can throw it on and test it out with, sure. It's very stable these days. If you go with Linux Mint or Fedora or something like that, you'll be very safe. I've used it before for stuff like Beanie, Wi-Fi slacks, but super specific. That's fair. That's fair. Like, yeah, stick with Fedora or Mint because those are going to give you a similar feeling and a similar flow to Windows. So it's going to feel very comfortable for you to transition to. And then, yeah, you just, yeah, it'll be very, very comfortable. There's not, yeah. How do you feel about Zorin OS? Haven't used it. Based on Ubuntu with both free and paid versions. Paid versions, really? Includes an advanced video editor, Photoshop compatible. No. I don't like that. Been Kubuntuing my way in life. Don't even notice it anymore. Yeah. Kubuntu's very good. I admit I only bought a version of it. But I'm peeved my purchase doesn't transfer to the latest version. That is why I don't like it. Yeah. That is why I don't like it. If it was a once-off purchase and you get access to all future versions as well, then fine, whatever. But you got to buy a license for each new version. No, that's just a money grab at that point. I feel like Linux is for people way more tech savvy than me. Not at all. Not at all. There are user-friendly versions of Linux, such as Linux Mint, Fedora, Kubuntu, stuff like that. And then you've got more advanced distros, which they start off feeling as easy as the other ones, but the more you use them, the more updates you need to do and stuff. It starts to get more complex when you have to resolve conflicts in packages and whatnot. So yeah, stick with Mint and Fedora and stuff like that for the time being, and you'll be fine. You probably won't even notice it outside of the app install stuff. I've been trying to Arch a bit, but I can't get my browsers to work on Twitch. I don't have a clue why. Which browsers are you using? I want to try to make browser games. Which Linux should I try? You can try any Linux for making browser games. The thing you need to do is you need to have multiple browsers available to you. Firefox, Chrome, Chromium stuff, whatnot. And then just use whatever game engine you want that you can use that creates web exports of games. And then what you do is you can test on those different versions of web browser before you release it. That's really the only thing you need. Question, if I download a different desktop version of Linux Mint, am I on a different update schedule or under a different update team? No, you're not under a different update team or anything like that. It's the same team doing the updates and whatnot. Once you've... The only difference is one, like, if you go an LTS version, like a long-term support version, then you won't get the newer updates that the newer versions are getting, because you're on a version that needs to be stable for an extended period of time. So you will get some of the updates, but you're not going to get all of them. Like, they're not going to be wildly changing your kernel version unless there's a security fix or something. They're not going to be wildly changing your window manager unless there's a security issue and stuff like that. But if you're on the newest version, you'll have the same team as the other versions maintaining it. You're just getting the newer stuff earlier. And yeah, when it comes to Mint and stuff like that, it's generally a release schedule. So they will test stuff before releasing it to the public. as a new version and stuff like that. And it says the versions are not supported, but they are actually current. I need to catch up on a few things here. Don't be afraid, people that like Linux are passionate, but don't worry about it. Yeah, the thing you need to do is you need to ignore the assholes in the community, because there are people in the Linux community that are like, oh, you don't know how to do this, why don't you just go back to Windows? And those people themselves can jump. They should be helping people, not being dicks. So if you ever come across those people, just ignore them. Ignore them, tell them to get out of their mother's basement every once in a while and move on. That's it. Did you hear that Microsoft is dropping support for all old versions of Windows? Of course they are. They can't even release a stable version of the current operating system, let alone previous operating systems at the same time. Like, Firefox for everyday browsing, Chrome for picky websites like bank sites. So the issue I had with things like Twitch and YouTube and Amazon Prime, like Prime Video and stuff like that, on Linux, with like Chromium stuff and Firefox and whatnot, if you don't enable DRM, then it's not going to play the content. So you need to enable the DRM based stuff. I think on Chromium browsers, it's wide view or wine view or something like that. And that'll allow you to then play the DRM content. ProtonDB suggests that particular game works fine on Wayland. There's other suggestions there too. It says the versions are not supported, but they are actually current. Interesting. Gonna be honest, I want the latest stable updates. I don't need LTS. So yeah, just go the latest version. That's fine. Windows 10 goes next October. Next October or this October? The arch holes. Yes. Beware of the arch holes. I left Linux Mint because I felt like I was a noob for using it. I thought I had to be more advanced. No one, you don't need to be more advanced. Like, if you're not doing anything that needs stuff to be advanced, you don't need to have a more advanced Linux setup. Like, just go with a Linux setup that does what you need it to do. Play games, watch shows, browse the internet, complete whatever your work is that you work on. That's it. I recently installed Pop OS, enjoys booting 20 minutes, mouse starts to blink when I move it, especially at the top of corner, around dock goes black. Your GPU can't do 3D acceleration, so it's quicker because of that. Mine had the same problem. I had the same issue, I have a fractional scaling enabled. For some reason, the problem went away after I set scaling of my primary resolution to that. Change your scaling until it satisfies your GPU. Seems like Pop OS doesn't like 200%, so switching to 25% fixed it for me, or 175% seems to work. Do you have any of that? Do you have any of that sort of setup exception? How do I switch with Pop OS? Let me change it. I am 200% scaling. Yeah, change it. If you set it to 225 or 175%, that may fix it. If that fixes it, yay. This is going to be funny if this is the issue still. 3 years later. Well, that was actually 6 months ago that they posted that, so. On. Same issue? What did you change it to? Did you change it to 175 or 225? 175. Try 225. See if that works. If I can weigh this just worked. We've months with this, and this is all I need to do. I don't see their mouse. I'm gonna have to terminal sudo the file to change it. I'm trying to change my config file to enable Wayland, but there isn't an open as root option. What I would say, if you log out of your session, then on the login screen, there should be an option for X11 and Wayland. So, God damn it, Macquarie. Do not do what Macquarie says. I'm trying, BRB Linux Guru. No worries. There is someone who fixed. It's a question of finding. Exactly. You're not the first person to have this issue. I can guarantee that. We just need to find what the solution is for other people that have had this issue. That's the trouble. That's the difficult bit. What I need is when the player changes into this state, I want to go interaction manager, set interactions, clean up, interactions manager, remove interactions. I'm back. There is no option to change on login. I had this issue where I can change the desktop environment or do Wayland. Interesting. So it sounds like you only have Wayland installed. I tried to install it through terminal, but Pop Shop has permissions to install anything. Apps does nothing on terminal. Yeah. What can you do? Linux Guru Master 3D Modeler and first octuple A solo dev. No, not quadruple A solo dev. Octuple A solo dev. All right. Going back to my first love, Linux Mint. Yeah, if it sounds like it's just an issue that Pop OS has. There are no user settings. I promise you, I have scoured the screen and pressed every button. It's probably just going to be an issue that Pop OS has with specific hardware configurations or something. If there's no reason to have changed from Mint, then you may as well go rejoicing. Back. Yeah, it's over. Because yeah, it's either go back to Mint that you know was working and have everything just run, or you spend potentially hours trying to find a solution to this very corner case problem that may have a solution buried 5 years ago or something, and potentially not find a solution that works for you, and then go back to Linux Mint anyway. So, yeah. All right, so we do this, and the reason we do that is because when we go to our player, check out. There it is. Add interact data, duplicate you. You will be... I don't need you. What the hell? Thank you all for your help. I really appreciate you. Hey, that's what we're here for. We're here to help. We're here to help. There's no problem with this. Yeah, there's no problem with it at all. Are you gaslighting me? No, they're saying that there's no problem with helping. Like, we're happy to help. What is a state machine? I keep seeing people talk about it and I still have no clue. So a state machine just holds different logic based on what state the player is in. So if your character is idle, if your character's not moving, it's in an idle state, and it plays the idle animation. Maybe every now and then it does a look around sort of thing. You can do certain do interactions and whatnot when you're in your idle state, and then you'll go into your walk state. So in the idle state, when you attack, the legs will kind of stay still and you'll do your attack through the idle state. Like the upper half will move. When you go into a walk state, the character will start walking. If the character attacks while walking, then it plays the bottom animation as walking and does the upper half attacking. And it splits the logic out in that way. So you don't have to have this huge if, else, if nested tree sort of thing. So if I go into my setup here, if I go into my state machine, you'll see I have a base state and I have an initial state and I have an array of states. Okay. So my base state, all that does is stub out a bunch of stuff. Like these are all the functions that my states can use and override. And it has an enum, which is what state it's in. So when I start the state, I set the current state to whatever the initial state is. And then I loop over each child, which are the different states. And I set up a map of that child's enum value to that child. So that way, when I switch state, I clean up the current state. The current state is grabbed based on the enumerable, the state we're changing into, and then I initialize that state. And from there, what we do is in checkout, you see I have this process physics. What this process physics does is it goes, all right, as soon as the player moves, take them out of the checkout state, move them into the walk state because they're out of it. And when they enter this state, set this interaction so that my interaction manager knows this interaction is available. When they leave this state, tell the interaction manager to remove this interaction so the interaction manager knows this interaction is no longer available to the player. If we go into idle, you'll see the physics process checks for input. If we're running, then we switch into the run state. If we're not, we switch into the walk state. Otherwise, we make sure the character's velocity is 0, so they're not moving around. If we go into... if we go into the walk state, then what this does is it has an unhandled input, which calls our base unhandled input. And it also checks to see if we press run to switch into that state. Otherwise, it applies the logic for moving the character or switching back into the idle state when there's no movement. And this process physics, this unhandled input and whatnot, I call all of that from my player. And my player just goes, for unhandled input, call whatever the current player state's unhandled input logic is. So this way, I don't need to have a bunch of code in here that goes, if the state is X, then have this block of code or call this function. Else, if the state is this, do this block of code or call this function. Else, if the state, I don't need to do that. I just go, call whatever this state's unhandled input is. By default, where are we? By default, my player's unhandled input is this, which handles camera rotation and stuff like that when the player moves their mouse. So it's, yeah. Back in 30 minutes. You will be back in about 10 minutes or so before I end for the 5 hours. I split my stream into 2, for anyone that's wondering. It's a more contained way without having millions of statements. Exactly. You don't need... It compartmentalizes the logic. So in here, I just call the state's process physics. Depending on what state I'm in, if I'm in the walk state, it executes this logic. If I'm in the checkout state, it executes this logic. It also helps keep things focused. So if I'm in the checkout state, I know what I'm looking at. I'm not going to get confused by the other state's logic around it, sort of thing. So it splits it up. It makes it a bit better. Because if you don't have a state machine, so you can have a state machine which is just based on the enumerables and have logic that goes, if the state is this enum, do this. If the state is this enum, do this. You can do that. But to me, that code becomes more difficult to read because there's more code just plastered on the screen at one time. With this, I've split the code out into a separate script. I can easily see what code is being run for each state without having to jump between a bunch of if statements. Without a state machine, so if you don't have a state machine, then inside your player's physics process, you would have to go, all right, if we have an input, we're moving, so run logic for moving. If we have an input and we have this, like we are pressing this, then we need to set a Boolean value of run to true, so that way when we're handling movement, we can check that run value and increase the speed if they're running. So you can see how that gets a lot more confusing, because it's no longer, okay, they're in this state, apply this speed. It's now a matter of, okay, they're moving. Are they running? Yes, they are. Increase the speed. No, they're not. Don't increase the speed. So it gets more complicated the more in-depth your game gets. If you have a simple game that's just running around and a single attack action, you can probably do without a state machine. Anything more than that, you're gonna probably want to add a state machine just to keep things cleaner and easier to update and change and add functionality. You can have a state machine for NPCs as well. These days, you would have a behavior tree for NPCs. A behavior tree does contain a state machine, but it applies logic to determine what behavior the NPC will have and drop into the correct state based on those logical decisions. So it's a state machine with extra logic to make the NPCs feel a bit more realistic. So, yeah, I will be implementing behavior trees for my NPCs. I only have very basic state machines for them at the moment. But, yeah, we will go down the process of learning behavior trees and how to implement them in the future. Probably in like a few days we'll be doing that, which will be good. I'm looking forward to it. Also, please tell me you will not be making stinky NPC. I hate that mechanic. I won't. In this game, something happens every now and then. One of your bobbleheads comes to life. And that will scare your customers because they'll be like, oh my god, a toy's come to life. That thing must be possessed. This is the devil. I'm getting out of here. And they run away, you know? So what you need to do is you need to catch that bobble and you need to take it out, and you can do one of three things. You could put it to work in your workshop for free labor to repair broken bobbleheads that other people bring in. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Next time you are purchasing a game or a toy or whatever, like a video game, a board game, Warhammer stuff, collectible, Lego stuff, whatever it is, introduce yourself to the person at the counter as a Godot. So the other thing you can do is you can sacrifice them by throwing them into the wood chipper to give your store a blessing, or you can sell them to a shady NPC that comes in looking for paranormal type stuff. A stinky NPC is Trading Card Game Simulator. Yeah, they have NPCs that smell. This. So you have an NPC that smells, and you've got to spray them with deodorant. Otherwise people complain about your store smelling, and you get worse reviews, and less people come into your store as a result. Every time I get to answer a spam call, I get to tell them, "G'day, you wanna be Godot?" No, in that case, you say, "G'day, you bedunt." Yeah. Hello, I'm gonna lurk. No worries, Intrex. Thanks for the lurk. Much appreciated. That'll work. This will be special secondary interact text. Complete. Complete transaction. Complete purchase. Thanks, gonna change my automated answer. No problem. When's the next stream after this one? Like how many hours from now? So I do 2 streams a day. Today is 5 hours, so in 30 minutes we hit the end of that. I do this every day, 7 a.m. to midday, Australian Eastern Standard Time. And then I take a 5-hour break to get some YouTube video stuff done, some cooking, cleaning, groceries, and all that. And 5.5 hours from now, I will be back. Yep. So this stream ends in half an hour, take 5 hours off, and then I'm back for another 5-hour stream. I've also got, I've got this schedule. So you can see my 2 streams. Day for you is night for me. That's fair. I get that. The mech charge only lasts for 5 hours. I'm not in my mech suit at the moment. Thank you very much. Do you see a mech suit here? I could probably get some sleep in to be back awake. If you need more than 5 hours sleep, which majority of people do need, then, you know, get more than 5 hours sleep. Get as much sleep as you need. You use it on the break. If I need, so the YouTube videos, I don't need it. For cooking, cleaning, groceries, I need it. Yep. Yep. Let's go check out. And what was I? Priority 1, order 0. Okay, so checkouts. So in here, I can also do a function for special secondary, which will do signals, complete purchase, omit. And what that'll do is that'll hit the counter, which comes here. Ooh, thank you for the sub. Look at that 1 month, you legend. Thank you very much. Do you have a link to your YouTube channel? You can find all of my links right under that link tree there. You can also get the YouTube and X and Blue Sky and whatnot, the Discord and whatnot underneath the Twitch stream. My free trial of HypnotiK ended. Oh no, not the free trial. So I have an upper body head for the player again, since there's no mirrors. That's one thing that I'm looking at doing, is actually for this, just not worrying about a mesh, just getting rid of it. Honestly, I could probably get rid of the rig completely. I could probably get rid of all of this. But I'm not sure. What I want to do is I want to have the shadow of the player appear, but not the mesh. So I want the mesh to cut out. I want the camera to cut out the mesh, but not the shadow. So I need to figure out how to do that. You know? Yeah. Because the mesh will cause a shadow to be cast. The camera will ignore the mesh but contain the shadow. Yeah. Easy, add ray tracing to the store mirrors. No. Never. Oh, because you emit with a sales counter. No. I suppose we are going to have multiple sales counters though. So I do kind of need that. Interesting. I may need to completely redo this, but... Where's my ready? Old object placing furniture. Where are you used? Cash register. Animation finished. Emits complete purchase. Street. So we complete it. We do this. Yeah, I'm gonna have to... I figure it out. We'll have to figure it out. Not super tech savvy, but everyone is saying do not upgrade to the 50 series. So maybe wait until the 70 series cards. It doesn't seem like there's any point. Because they're just too expensive. Like they're too expensive with not enough performance gain. You may as well just stick to a 40 series card. And if you can't get a 40 series card, get one of the AMD 9070s or something. Does your 370 work okay? The 370 should be fine. But AI? No. Never had any issues? Yeah. You won't. Let's see. $2060s, good space heater. Can I have it? I need a good space heater. I need to figure out how I'm gonna reset all this. When I play Cyberpunk. Yeah, that'll happen. Yep. Very true. So I need to reset this entire... I need to redo this entire checkout process. Customers will find a checkout. When the player interacts with cash register, they go into a checkout state. Once they get the change out, and they complete the transaction, I should have a separate signal which goes... No. Actually, I can do that. Signal purchase complete. So what we need is when the player enters that state, they're going to enter that state by interacting with the cash register. We don't want to just do this because we need to implement scanning their items, putting them in a bag. All right, I think I need to. We need to do game state player. Fine. State machine. Switch state. I'm just going to do this dirty for now. I'll do it dirty for now. Get rid of that. So we need to do that. That will put them into a checkout state. And then each item. I'm using NeoBim. Using NeoBim. Was able to play Spider-Man Remastered with RTX high settings at 60. Easy. Nice. It's summer, had to stop playing. Getting too warm for you. Yeah. I understand that. Because you see how my CPU is currently 64 degrees Celsius, 63 now. That's in winter. In summer, my CPU will be hitting 80 degrees Celsius. And you've got to remember, I've got the Noctua NH DL12 or something like that. D12L. I have this thing as my CPU cooler. And I still hit 80 degrees Celsius. Actually, no, I don't. It's not even that one. It's not even that one. It's a bigger one. Where is it? It's this one. This thing. The NHD15. That's what I have for my CPU core. And I still hit 80 degrees Celsius. My room's not normally that hot. It's not the fact that my room's that hot. It's that in summer, it's like 35 to 40 degrees Celsius. And I'm streaming with the CPU doing the video encoding because I've got AMD CPU and GPU. So yeah, oof. I tell ya. It sweats. I get concerned in summer. I get very concerned in summer. Oh, give a good little stretch out. So what we need to do, we switch into this state to complete the purchase. We also need L priority 0, order 0, scan item, item in checkout state on counter. So we do that. Have you ever thought of doing water cooling hooked up to a freezing point water cooler so the water is always cold? Easy, no more heating. Are those your actual... Those are actually big fans? Yeah. 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 Those are actually big fans. Like, it is... I'm amazed at how silent it is, too. Like, I don't hear anything right now. I hear nothing. It is insane. Is there much of a difference between that giant cooler versus, say, a radiator cooler? It depends on your use case. I did have a radiator cooler in there, like a liquid cool radiator CPU cooler with a radiator. So when I was using that, my CPU would hit like 83 degrees Celsius with that. And then I swapped over to the Noctua in summer, like middle of summer, swapped over to the Noctua, and it immediately dropped down to hitting like an average of 75 degrees Celsius to 78 degrees Celsius. So it knocked quite a few off, which is good. So yeah, less maintenance effort too. Much less maintenance effort. But yeah, like this CPU cooler did so well. So nice. So yeah, we do this. I need to set up that for the items, which that's gonna be a different thing. Did you have 240, 280, or 360? I think it was just a 240. It was two 120 fan width. You stream from the same machine where you're coding? Yes, that is correct, GJ. That is correct. I have more than enough power in this machine to do both. Like... So we do special secondary. Special secondary will call something on player. Yeah, this is the best way to do it. Special secondary. If you don't stream, it still gets that warm. No. If I'm not streaming, it doesn't get that warm because my CPU's not doing the video encoding at the same time. So the reason why it gets that warm in summer is because my CPU's doing all the video encoding stuff, and it's also doing some of the gameplay bits and pieces and some compilation bits and pieces as well. But the GPU takes on the majority of that. But yeah, the video encoding does take a lot out of the CPU. Like when I stop streaming, this temperature, like this CPU will drop down to like 1 or 2%. And this temperature will drop down to about 45 degrees. That's how much streaming puts, like in video encoding puts on the CPU. The radiators have limited capacity. If you reach it, it is impossible to cool down the water without either more sound or less ambient temps. Yeah. Does you live in a jar-like fish tank? No. So here's the thing. I'm not actually physical at the moment. As you can probably tell, there's a bit of a glitch here. And that's because I'm just in a computer at the moment. Like, this is just a representation of me in a computer. When I go out and do things in the real world, then I upload myself into my mech suit, and I used my mech suit to get around and do stuff. Yeah. If you've seen the episode of Black Mirror with the astronauts in space that use experience Earth by uploading themselves into their robotic version of themselves, then that's kind of like what it is. Yeah. Except I don't have a physical body. Yeah. Secrets. $128 gigs of RAM goes crazy. Outside of doing like graphical effects for like large expensive movies, I don't see any need for that much RAM ever. VMs. I mean, yeah, if you're running a server farm, like if you're running a business that's running multiple VMs and stuff, then like I'm talking on like a PC. I'm talking on a PC, not on a server. On a server, perfectly fine to get to 128 gigs of RAM. Perfectly fine to exceed 128 gigs of RAM on a server. In a regular computer, like a desktop computer, you don't need that. TTS is not off. I'm just silly, and we got some subs, so we need to skip past the broken stuff. Wait for it.
If you have 128 gigabytes of RAM, you don't need to worry about memory leaks.
No, you still need to worry about memory leaks. You don't need to worry about memory leaks. It just takes longer to get to the issue. You still have an issue, it just takes longer to get there. Do you know about the Sphere in Las Vegas that runs 150 NVIDIA RTX A6000 GPUs? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. It is... If you can afford advertising on that thing, then you are going to reach... I'm not even sure if advertising on that thing is a smart idea outside of casinos and stuff that are in Las Vegas. Because otherwise you're advertising to people that are probably losing all of their money. So, like, you're advertising to people that aren't going to have money to purchase your product. The future of computing. Running away from the problems. Get 512 gigabytes. Memory leaks will be behind. And if it catches up, go to 1024. Nah. Bobble Shop Sim will be the first quadruple A game to run on the Sphere. I know it. That would be hilarious. Oh, I love that idea. I love that idea. What I'm going to do, I'm going to wrap up with just another game of chess where I lose. Because we're coming to the end of the stream and I don't have enough time to implement all of this checkout stuff. We'll do that tonight, I think. We'll run at 60 FPS on a smart fridge. Better, it runs on a smart fridge. You heard it here first. You go there, I go there. See, now if you push either of these, I just do that. See? Now you have a hole in your front line. You have a hole I can get through. You know? I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna go here. That's fine. I'll move you out here to move you down. You can come there. Then I just take. You take. I take. Is there any other kind of chess game? No, unfortunately not. You're going to push that forward. Then I can just do that. So that doesn't really help you at all. I can go there. But then you can just come through here. So I'll be better to move there. Then you can go there, move that, block me off. Go there, you take there, I take there, attacking you. You go there, I do that. You do that. I can take here. You can now take that. Oh, you don't want to take it. Okay. Okay. Scaredy cat. Target that weak one. Then you got both of those there. Oh, what am I doing? Yep. I completely forgot that they had that lined up. Yep. Knew it. Knew it. But I failed anyway. God damn it. Let's see. All right. Let's end on that sour ass note. They hung their queen. When? When did they hang their queen? Momentary lapse, another. Correct. Correct. Why not use Visual Studio? I'm not a Queen's Gambit type person. Hang on. Extra hour on the first stream of the day, since it's my birthday and I'll be passed out when you do your second stream. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can, because I've got to do groceries and washing and cooking and all that kind of stuff before the last stream. We are gonna raid. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at who's on. Who's on? Okay, so we're not raiding Oculus because they're about to wrap up. Go. Where are we? There's Chapel that's just started. We raided Chapel not long ago. There's Fox we can go to. Aussie streamer Jedum. Jedum's not. Oh, they are on. We've raided Jedum a lot. We haven't raided Fox for a while. There's also Brightside. Oh, we haven't raided Brightside for a long time either. No, we'll raid Brightside now, and then tonight we'll raid Fox if they're streaming. Yeah, we'll do that. Raiding Brightside. G'day, ya, you dunce. That is our raid message. G'day, ya, you dunce. If you have the emotes, use them. If you don't, use whatever emotes you want and just say g'day, you dunce. Okay? Tonight, I am back in 5 hours. I am back in 5 hours for a second stream. We will get this checkout stuff set up so that we can have the player scan the items, add change, and if the change is correct amount, they move. Like, you're allowed to check out. Otherwise, it errors, and it's like, no, incorrect change, sort of thing. You know? Yeah, we'll do that. Don't forget to charge. True. charge as fast as you can. All right. But I'll see you all in 5 hours. Have a lovely time, you dunce. Happy birthday, McCory. We will see you tomorrow. Okay, McCory? Have a good night. Enjoy your birthday. All right? But see you all very soon.